Good morning. Everyone awake? Everyone ready to have a meeting? Let's see. The time is 8:03 a.m. It is Saturday, June the 8th. I'm going to call this special city council meeting to order. With the city secretary, please call the roll.
Mitchell,
Here.
Rizzo,
Present.
Heiser, Zuniga,
Present.
Harris,
Here.
Parsley,
Here.
Tobias.
I'm here.
All right, 6 members present. We have a quorum. Next up is citizen comments. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak? Okay.
My name is Diane Herval, and I live at 1528 Amberwood Loop in the Amberwood subdivision. I'd like to take this opportunity to speak to a couple of items that is on this morning's agenda. Currently, I'm not in favor of throwing additional funding towards a sportsplex. Funding was previously approved, and changes to the original intent appear to be being considered and were not previously disclosed to the taxpayer. One instance is a possible ice rinks. I'm confused. We live in Texas. Why would an ice rink be considered? Are we trying to lure a national state team here? If so, let them pay. If not, have you considered the additional water for those ice rinks and the overall expenditures to maintain the ice rinks? Also, have you guys forgotten about the failed ice hockey team that was in Austin called Ice Bats? They're no longer here. Short of that, please disclose what are the shortfalls and pitfalls that warrants additional funding. That would be helpful to the taxpayers. In addition, last year, I came before you guys and asked for an RFP to be considered in regards to all real estate negotiations for the city, to make it fair and equitable for other agents to have an opportunity to bid for those services. Whether or not you all realize it or not, there's a huge shortfall for real estate transactions for real estate agents currently. It would be nice to be able to spread that wealth to other agents, not to just one sole agent who seems to have a monopoly over the city's real estate transactions and negotiations. Also previously, at Councilmember Zuniga's coffee, I asked the city manager to consider placing a fiscal note with every item on the agenda that requires money either to be spent, transferred, or what have you, so that the constituents or taxpayers don't have to look to various places as to where you got that money to fund that particular item. In addition, I would like for you all to have an open government page, a page that every open records request is either posted to, or you sit there, Jennifer, I'm sure can tell you guys basically every item that is consistently being requested, and it just is put on that page, and people are not having to flip through different websites to be able to determine what information that has been previously requested, such as credit card statements, reimbursements, what have you, in addition to the settlement statements of all the real estate transactions that have been completed by the city. In addition, item number 2, possible defeasance. I swear this is risky business for you guys. I can't understand or wrap my brain around the fact of why you would consider this. I feel like there's not enough information posted for transparency's sake.
Ms. Herval, you're over your 3 minutes at this point. They didn't ding, unfortunately, but appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments. Citizen comments is now closed. Next up, Reports and presentations. Receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff direction regarding potential projects to be included on the November 2024 bond election. Mr. Langley.
All right. Good morning. Thank you guys for the time this morning. I know this is early. We have a variety of items to discuss today related to our CIP and budget information that we've been talking about over the last few months. So I'm going to go right into this presentation. It's fairly short, and then hopefully we can have a good discussion about where to go from here. A little bit of history on our bond projects that we've been talking about. The council has identified community needs for a sportsplex, recreation center, space for seniors, and a variety of other items. We did have some improvements that were included in the 2020 park bond. It was about $14 million. 7 of that was from the city, and 7 of that was from the county for the sportsplex project that we've been looking at. We've also looked at strategies and given staff direction over the last few meetings about where we wanted to go. There was a February 2022 visioning workshop. In June of 23, we did another visioning workshop. There was a council visioning session earlier this year, February of this year, and at that time, the community center and sportsplex was identified as top priorities for the council. And then on March 16th, council did have a work session, and we talked about bringing back a joint multi-purpose community facility that was a consensus of the council at the time. Then on April 16th, we did approve, the council approved a contract with Burdick Consultants for the preliminary design services for the community center. That was for $120,000 to do some work and look at 2 potential sites for that. We also awarded the design services for the Kyle Sportsplex. Again, this $14 million, that was both city and county funds. We awarded that to Stantec Consulting. Then we negotiated that contract. We brought it back to the council on May 7th. The council decided to postpone that item as you continue to think about the various issues that were in front of you. In terms of an indoor sports complex, this is somewhat new. There are 8 acres in the Plum Creek area that could be used for indoor and outdoor activities. We have been approached by a public-private partnership looking to have a potential lease and operations arrangement for a potential indoor sports complex. Some of the details of the space, this is all preliminary and subject to change. 250,000 square feet. It could be, it also includes some kind of arena or small event venue and some type of ice rink, or maybe not an ice rink. 8 basketball courts, 16 volleyball courts, a restaurant, parking garage were all kind of included in that concept. We also hired a company called CSL. They specialize in these sporting venues, and they did a market feasibility analysis for this particular type of project. They concluded there is a significant need and opportunity for indoor recreation facilities, including amateur sports, youth sports, and new sports that aren't previously played in this region. This is the location where the project could be. The area in green on this map is near the brick and mortar district. It does traverse both the west side and east side of 1626. Here you'll see some of the renderings of where the particular soccer fields could be in the outdoor area. All of this could be programmed by a design professional as we kind of look at this moving forward, but this is the general location. We've also had some available property that's recently become available. It's for sale. It's about 10,000 square feet. It's an open, unfinished building. There's approximately 100 parking spaces and about 2.75 acre property. This is the location off of Dacey Lane that you can see from the map. Here's some pictures of the property. Again, ample parking, good space that's available. It's an unfinished space that you can see here in these photos, so it could be configured any number of ways based on the council's direction and feedback of where you want it to go. We do have limited funding for the 2024 bond program. We're going to talk a little bit later in the day about debt defeasance and our capacities. We identified about $100 million in capacity that we could have if we were going to go up to the 59-cent tax rate. So because of that, you can't do both a community center and an indoor sports complex at the levels that, at least that we've been talking about. So given this, the question really for the council is, do you wish to pursue an indoor sports complex instead of the community center that's previously been discussed, or continue on with the current strategy that we've been pursuing? If you were to do the potential new strategy, trying to lay out for you some options of how this could be done, the indoor sports complex could be about $65 million. That would be a project that we would ask the voters to consider, and it could be a different amount as we look at the design of that and try to finalize that going forward. If we were to purchase the 1,500 Daisy Lane, we think it's about $4 to $6 million, and that's a very open number. We don't have the design, we have not finalized a contract, and we don't know exactly what the uses would be, but some kind of range of costs for renovating that property. And the space could be used for a senior center or any other combination of uses that the city desired. There could be, we do have needs for other space. City Hall is, even though we've opened the Public Safety Center, we do have need for more space for employees. One of the things that we've talked about creating is a development services one-stop shop for development. This could be used for that or some other location around the city. But the point is more space is needed. The Krug Center, if you were to move the seniors, this space could be reimagined and repurposed. I think there's been some discussions that the council's had in the past about what that center could be, but we could look at that again. And Lake Kensington Park, with the property that we purchased off of Daisy Lane, if you were to not do the community center there, then you would have an opportunity to create some kind of signature amenity on that side of the city as well. If you were to do all those things, there's a variety of steps that need to occur over the next few meetings to make that happen. And up first would be at the next meeting on June 18th, we would ask you to cancel the contract with Burdick Consulting. Again, this is the contract that was approved to work on the community center project. I do think there is work that they've done that would benefit us as we looked at the Lake Kensington site. But specifically, we'd ask them to look at renderings of a community center and to see where that would be located. We would want to stop that work. We would also then proceed with the city-owned indoor sports complex and pursue that bond election. It's $65 million or some other amount, and as we go through that process over the next few weeks, we could determine exactly what that would be. On June 18th, we would also ask you to approve an amended proposal from Stantec to include the conceptual design of the indoor sports complex. So right now, they've been looking at the outdoor sports complex. This would be to add the indoor component to it and master plan that entire site so we could understand what that would look like and then how to bring that back to the voters. June 18th, we would also ask you to authorize the issuance of an RFQ for design services at Lake Kensington Park if you wanted to pursue that. And then we would need to negotiate a contract and acquire property, initiate an RFQ for design services on those acquired property to actually determine what that finish out would look like. Late July, we would then present you with preliminary conceptual designs of the sports complex, get your input, make sure we were headed in the right direction on that. And then if council was comfortable by mid-August, I think it's approximately August 15th, the council would be asked to call the bond election for November of this year. So that's a lot of information. I'm sure there's many questions, but again, the point of this discussion is to ask you, what is the direction of the council on these matters and how did you want to proceed? So I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Well, I would say I see sort of three things. Number one is, I think we've made a commitment to the seniors that we can't move forward without a community. If we move forward away from the community center idea, we need to preserve that commitment. But you've identified a property, and we're going to need to just see because that property has not been acquired. So I think it's probably a little premature to try to figure out whether or not this can go forward exactly as proposed because we need to have those discussions. But I do think that generally speaking, the proposal delivers a lot of value.
So when this outdoor sportsplex was brought up to bond, what type of study was it done?
I'm not sure if we had a study prior to 2020. I think it was always envisioned as an outdoor facility with soccer fields. I think it was left fairly open, and there might be some folks here who know that better than I do, but I think it was meant to be open of what type of fields and what type of uses that were there.
So it was more like a park with sports facilities type of bond that was just open to possibility of being studied to see what was the best use for it? I'm asking, because I honestly
I
don't
think
know
it was
exactly.
planned to be outdoor, an outdoor sports facility.
Like soccer fields.
Soccer, baseball, potentially, other things like that.
And I think you had that on this slide. Do we know how much space was it?
How many acres?
How many acres were? 47?
47 acres, thank you.
And those are the ones that were on the slides, correct?
Yes, ma'am. So these are that area in green that you can see.
The one that is being pointed out, not the other side, or the whole green area?
The whole side, I assume, is the 47 acres. It may be, I thought it was a little bit bigger than that, but it's a fairly large area for
So
both.
it's the one on the left, and then you go across 1626, and it's the other one on the right.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's all of that. It's the barbell-shaped property.
So let's say that and for that outdoor sportsplex, we already have $14 million, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there might be some additional funding identified for that. How would we operate the outdoor facilities if we were just to do that? Do we have any idea? Have we ever identified potential
Yeah,
companies for that?
Well, I don't think we know exactly what all the uses will be, so we haven't identified just yet what that would be. Stantec is the firm that we would ask to design that, to look at all the public engagement, and then come out with a layout of what all would be there. And then from there, we would look at how we would operate it, whether it would be a city operation or contracted out or some combination of. That's yet to be determined.
Then my next question is, so since we didn't do, and we did do a feasibility study for the indoor sportsplex,
We did.
I would like to see the feasibility study for an outdoor one and identify what the best uses for the land would be, since we already have money approved for that outdoor sportsplex.
So if I could, I'll tell you, the CSL study does look at a variety of sports and the needs for those, and that includes a variety of sports, including pickleball, which is outdoor. It could be indoor, I suppose, but includes a number of sports like that. Soccer is also included in that study as well. So you'll see some of those facts and figures in that study.
Softball.
Yes, ma'am.
If you look at the feasibility study, it starts around page 27 is where it goes into, it identifies the national and statewide and regional trends and does comparison models to the makeup of Kyle compared to those other trends.
Why do I only have the one that does not have that?
Do we have that in the backup?
It's an exhibit.
Is it in the presentation?
Can I ask a few
It's
questions?
not in the presentation, but it is an exhibit.
Just, Daniela, the sports that it does highlight are soccer, basketball, volleyball,
So
hockey, and baseball.
they did do a feasibility study for the outdoor, including the indoor?
Yep.
When we did the indoor one, it took everything in consideration. Sorry, my mic's off. So it looked at the region as a whole, and what we were lacking, what we don't have, what would work, what wouldn't work. So it was a study for all the sports, so it talked about indoor, outdoor, sports as well.
That's really what we need to spend some time going over to make sure we understand exactly why things are spreading around in the way that they are. Anybody who's been in the community for a while knows that we are very low on sports field infrastructure, and we have zero indoor infrastructure, and we also know that there's a lot of demand. So the way I see the format going, indoor versus outdoor, doesn't really matter. It's the way, we operate the facility, and then we have contracts with a variety of different groups, Surge, Lone Star, there could be, depending, we want to put the uses in such a way that we get the most demand, and then we just run operations with private entities like everywhere else, just like at 5 Mile Dam and other places. It would just be a higher level.
I guess I had a few questions too. Why did we start learning about the indoor sportsplex sort of really late in the game? Because the two visioning workshops that I was at, I never thought that these two things would be competing against each other. And I thought that the vision was that we were looking at something central with the community center, top priority, and then rec center, library. That was a component which I thought gave the best value to the community when you look at the needs. Not that indoor sports aren't needed, but of course we want them, but I thought the Sportsplex, when y'all were looking at it through the RFQ, was for design of the soccer fields, the outdoor stuff. But when I started looking at the financials of this Sportsplex stuff, if it's 70 million for the indoor, their proposals, according to where they've been looking at it, it's another 80 for the outdoor. So you get into 140 million, and then you have to have them operate. And if you really have to depend on all of the tournaments to bring in the cash flows. And the hockey rinks have to have filled tournament crowds, 10 a year, whatever, operate concessions. And then it says that your net revenue after cost of goods, staffing, operations, maintenance, insurance is $3 million after your first 5 years. So you have a very small margin in $3 million net revenue, but you have $140 million in the Sportsplex to have a very good regional Sportsplex. So I don't know if I'm ready with enough information, financial information, I do understand there's residual sales tax that's not accounted for, but I just didn't think this was going to be competing. Had I known that, I would have asked for what have been the discussions about the Sportsplex before we got to this point? What are the city discussions that we've had with this partnership? And then how is it going to be made public so that if we do go this direction, and I'm not opposed to it, I just need to know more about it. But if we do go in this direction, how do we ensure that we get operational, most of the operational time there? And it's not being run just to create private development businesses there. I need to know those numbers because in my mind, when we bond out for these things that can't pay for themselves. I'm not saying that this is not paying for it. If you can get both, it's great. If you can bond for something that can't pay for itself and it generates revenue, great. You get the best of both worlds. But I'm a little bit unsure of, are we distorting what bonds mean? Are we getting away
Miguel.
from the, hold on, Bear, let me finish.
Yeah.
I know, but
I need
the
to
math
get-
you're talking about, which is leading to the
It's
entire
in the
premise of
it's
what
in
you're
the
saying is not
financial-
correct.
It's in the
math.
financial report.
Hang on, he wants to,
Right.
he wants to finish.
I'm on a
Let him
roll,
finish.
I'm on a roll, so
He's on a roll.
I got a roll. So
Based on wrong math.
Just let him finish.
the numbers are there, sir. There's a lot of assumptions of the baseball leagues, the soccer leagues. They have to come, so we're going to need those crowds to show up. If the intent is to have it repay itself. And if it can't repay itself, then we have a very large building that is going to drive up a lot of operational costs for ourselves. And I don't know how we're going to make it affordable and public for everyone with not understanding the strategy. Because as someone has said before, do we have that market? Do we really have the market right now? Here in this area, we're still a small growing town. I do understand we are close to San Antonio and Austin, but can we take this risk with our bond money?
Can I,
You've
Well, I know-
already gone, so now,
Yeah.
Councilmember Heiser.
I'll leave it there.
Councilmember Heiser, you have the floor.
Yeah, I
We're
just
gonna-
wanted, the math, the 100, I don't know where you're coming up with that. That's nowhere in any of the materials.
Page 89.
It's-
Did you read the financial report?
Yes, but in terms of what we're talking about bonding for a sportsplex indoor and, we would only be bonding indoor because the money is already set aside for the outdoor, that doesn't come into play in terms of a bond.
We don't have
And
a
even if
final
it does,
cost
it
there.
still we don't,
Hang
but
on,
we make the
hang on,
choice
hang on.
as to.
Hang on, Bear, hang on.
Yeah,
All right, it's a workshop, but y'all are coming in hot on this conversation, so we have to have some decorum. So he got to go and wanted not to be interrupted, but Bear, you need to speak your mind and not engage with Councilmember Zuniga, because then you're going to go back and forth.
Just keep it neutral,
Just
Mayor.
speak to your point, and you can correct his math if you want.
Okay.
And then you'll have to let someone else go.
Thank you. For the framework of this discussion, as it says on number 2 of slide 11 here, pursue a 2024 bond election for $65 million. It does say or other amount, but we have not discussed any other amount. So to throw out a number that's double that amount when, telling everyone how someone feels is a little misleading. And just, the outdoor facility was already bonded, so there's nothing in competition here. That money, that $14 million that was bonded out in 2020, I mean, that's where it is, and that's for an outdoor facility. So anything discussed today is in relationship to an indoor facility. And, we have talked a lot about differing ideas as it relates to spending a bulk amount of money to provide an amenity for the community. And as we got deeper into this process, for me, it became more about how are we getting a return on our investment while also providing an amenity to the community. And I think when we're talking about bond dollars and making long-term commitments, that we also need to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time, is we can't, just because we have a lot of needs, we can't just take a large chunk of money and have it be a sunk cost that we're never, there's not going to be anything coming back to us. So at the very least, when we're thinking about, or at least for me, when I'm thinking about an indoor facility and we could have a tenant or a company come in and operate it and make it a regional draw that's going to be paying us back every single month, every year, not only in potential lease, but league fees, sales tax revenues, hotel tax or occupancy tax. All of those things are going to chip away at the overall cost. And if we're trying to make a big financial investment to improve quality of life for people here while also maintaining affordability, those are things that we have to think about, is how can that money pay us back? And I think that's a very important factor to consider when we are spending our dollars at this point.
So the reason we got here is that our eyes were bigger than our pocketbooks. When we looked at doing a library, we started doing a sports center, we started a recreation hall, we started looking at a community center. We found out the cost, we couldn't be there. I mean, we don't have the bonding capacity to build a building that big or that large. And that's why we're here where we're at right now, is dollars. Sometimes our eyes get bigger than our pocketbooks, and we've got to take a step back and figure out what we really need, what our needs, and what do we, how do we want to move forward as a city. Look, we have a library right now. It'd be great to have that big, fancy 2-story library. It'd be amazing. I'd love to have it. But unfortunately, we're at a place where we've got to decide what we want to do with the small dollars we have for our bonding capacity. So what do we really need? What do we don't need? I mean, library, we have one. And, continue to invest in our library we have right now, something hope we continue to do, and, keep good programming out of it. It's amazing. Our staff does a great job already. When I started looking at options on that building for the maybe potential for, community center or, senior center, whatever we're doing, that's a great building. It's 10,000 square feet. It's a shell. And the reason that's such a great building being a shell is because you can run all your utilities. Nothing's built out, but it's got all the capabilities to build it out when it comes to electrical, plumbing, everything. I mean, this building is probably a gift if we were able to do a property like that. So it's something I'm looking forward to seeing, maybe if we can get the right price. That's the biggest thing. I'm definitely going to be thinking about the right price, making sure we're not overpaying for stuff, something I don't ever want to do as a municipality. The other thing is, what do we really need? And honestly, every time I go out to events, and I'm everywhere, I can tell you right now, when I go to events, the one thing people always ask me is, we've got nothing for our kids. I mean, nothing at all. And we've got nothing for our kids. And I can tell you from history, that's true. I've got 4 kids from the ages 30 to 15. And my daughter used to play out of Georgetown. That was the closest thing we used to find was Georgetown. I had to drive to Georgetown twice a week for practice and then travel for tournaments because there was nothing here in Kyle. Finally, we started getting a couple of softball fields and stuff like that, so now we're able to compete more locally. Right now, my youngest daughter, we can't find a place to practice. Our teams can't. I mean, we're definitely doing an injustice to our kids. We've got nowhere. Whatever we do is not going to help my daughter because my daughter will be graduated by the time anything comes forward, but it could help somebody else's kid. I mean, right now we've got no. I'm going to be a while, trust me.
Okay.
The hands up,
No.
It bugs me. It bugs the heck out of me, please. But one of the things that this will do is it will allow other people's children to grow up in sports and be able to participate. We keep talking about what is the one thing that's happening with our kids right now is computers. We're not giving our kids an opportunity to go out and play. We're not getting opportunity for them to grow up in an atmosphere that teaches them about working together, team chemistry, leadership, and it gives them a work ethic like another. So that's something I always think about is what are we doing for our kids? And really, we don't have a lot. I mean, if you look around, really ask yourself, what are we doing to invest in our children? We can't use the school facilities. I mean, just as a city, for our basketball league, we had to rent out a gym outside the city limits from a private school. And so when I start thinking about wants and needs, I think a need would be a indoor facility. Now, as far as a hockey ring, I mean, I don't know where that is. I don't know if I could get behind a hockey ring unless we had a really good contract in place with a really good yearly payout, and we had a yearly cash flow coming in guaranteed, and we had a yearly an early buyout clause in there that would guarantee that we did well as a city. But as far as hockey ring, I don't know where that is, but that's not really what I'm talking about today. I'm talking about the sportsplex for our kids, basketball, volleyball, cheer, everything. I mean, our kids right now have to drive to San Antonio and Round Rock to the closest facilities. We've got nothing in this area. So I think the kids from Austin, Buda, Kyle, all would benefit from this, and San Marcos would all benefit from a really nice sportsplex, and we'd be investing in our children.
All right, Councilmember Harris.
Councilmember Rizzo, I was going to second what you were saying. My daughter is a coach, or was a coach, high school coach and junior high coach. My grandkids participate in sports. My granddaughter plays softball and goes to Seguin for tournaments every other weekend. That's an hour and a half from them. I also want to make sure that we protect the interest of the seniors. In addition to kids needing some indoor facilities and some good ball fields, seniors have only a very small space that they have totally outgrown. And this additional building, if considered for the senior center, would meet the needs of that group entirely. It would be wonderful. In answer to Ms. Herval's questions about the water use of ice rinks. I'm not proposing the ice rinks, but I did look at that. It takes about 12,000 gallons to initially fill an ice rink and about 3,000 gallons a day to maintain that ice rink. And that's about the average family of 4 uses about 400 gallons a day internal within the home, not for lawns or anything. So like an apartment even would use 400 gallons a day. And so that's not I was surprised. I thought it would be much higher to maintain the rinks. And I'm all for indoor facilities my gosh, with the heat that we have. It's really astounding. I sit out there and watch her play softball, and I am just melting. We're not going to have softball indoors, but there are other sports that can be done indoors. And pickleball is certainly, for our seniors, this outdoor heat is very, very difficult for us. So indoor pickleball would be wonderful for seniors as well. So, I can see real benefits. as the previous discussion, this facility would be designed to bring in a significant amount of money, and the sales taxes were not figured into that analysis, so that would be significant. We would not be bonding and thinking we're having to, sometimes we bond just because there's no other way of getting it, and we're going to be paying out from general revenue for that bond. In this case, there is some potential, excellent potential, for a return on investment, which we don't always have for our bonds. So I think that's reasonable to take to the voters.
Yeah.
Can I ask two more follow-ups? 'Cause-
No, I was just going to make a quick statement on hers real quick, just say, yeah, I totally agree about the softball thing. That's the reason my younger daughter is playing basketball, not softball.
Yeah.
I got tired of being in the dirt,
Yes, so
in the heat.
Have we looked at whether we need bonds for a partnership? Can't we do a partnership without bonding and let the private business take more of the risk? And then secondly, if we move to the indoor sportsplex, which I'm all for supporting the indoor rec, which we need, but how do we ensure that we try to have some equitable type of bonding for this city? Because we are, again, concentrating amenities, and I would like to see a better distribution of our bond dollars to support to support needs that we have throughout our city. For example, I think we looked at a park per capita, whatever, and there was a lot of parks that have not received their fair share of investment. So that's something I need to look at here. Make sure we have some sort of equitable, if we're going to treat this as an investment, how do we divide that out in the best use for the city?
I'll answer
No, it's
the
just,
bond
he's just
question.
he's posing questions.
I'm
He knows
posing
the
some-
answers to most of those
Right.
questions already. So Councilmember Parsley.
But I think we should let our city manager answer, though, Travis.
Well, you posed a lot of questions.
But he can answer some of these questions.
On
though.
equity?
Well, on how we're going to, the bonds and the private partnership has not been asked. Do we need
Okay.
to bond for a private, for a P3?
Or can we?
and-
Can we bond for?
Well,
And can we double up on a bond?
And of all the questions you asked,
Right.
that's the one I would answer. The others are policy questions, I think, for the council, right? I think the mayor's point. On the bond, the public-private partnership, we would need to have some type of participation in it. The bonding would be necessary. They do have some revenues that would be proposed back to the city, but they're not sufficient to pay for all of the costs of the facility. So that's the reason there would need to be a
Well,
partnership.
and we need to discuss this very accurately. We are not proposing to build a facility for any private user. So your initial argument, what you're initially saying, that's very important, is that we need to have control over what we are
Yes.
doing. So what we are proposing is to build something for us. So if you say, well, I want them to pay for it, then what you're proposing is for them to build something for them. So this is a multi-sport indoor facility that is a tag on to what we have already had voter approval on. And we're contemplating saying essentially to the voters, we're already going to build some outdoor fields, that's already been approved. Would you like to make this an even more robust regional sportsplex with an indoor component that's more expensive, but, you know, the rinks, the ice rinks is really just the conversation piece that sort of got us started. But it could be indoor, like in Westfield, Indiana, we've been there, where they've got indoor football-sized fields, the largest field. So it could be football, it could also be lacrosse, it can also be an indoor soccer field, and then you could have some stands, not a lot, like small. Think of like, you know, select tournaments and things like that.
I got you.
Volleyball, basketball, you don't want one operator necessarily operating the other side of it. So there's a lot of different leagues that are at play, but we would be the main operator over the entire facility. And there'd be tournaments and leagues going on all the time. and our Parks Department would have the ability to run programming out of every single element of it for locals. There'd be free time, maybe, a lot of those kind of things. But it's our burden to ask the voters if they would want to approve. We can't ask someone else to just come in and pay for it if we want that level of control.
Other than infrastructure, can you give me the best reason why this can't be built at Lake Kensington? Because we have the acreage and we have the property.
I can give you
And we have the
multiple
high
reasons.
quality of life there where it's very green, it's connected to everything. So give me the best reason why
Well,
it can't be built there, because you would
so,
have my support.
I'll give you the number
if it
one
were
reason.
central.
The number one reason is if you build we're contemplating 4 to 5 million door swings annually, maybe even more. The amount of people who would come to a facility like that. You put it in a place where the road infrastructure isn't appropriate, you create a traffic nightmare. You also have parking challenges. So the 1626 location on the north side is a much better facility from a transportation standpoint. I think Lake Kensington is probably better on a lower use, not so heavy intensity of use, where you're trying to draw in so many people. Rather have that be more of a quality of life amenity for those folks who live there, as well as the community at large, like a really great park project. Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. So I have several comments, and they may be all over the place because I feel like that's how these conversations are right now. They're all over the place. Not probably less than 2 months ago, we were all probably sitting in here having a conversation of what were the components for a community center. We determined a task force. The task force was given direction. We hired a company, and we were all for a community center with maybe or maybe not having a library component, maybe having the seniors component. Now we have identified a potential building for the seniors, which I visited in the past, and I think it would be fantastic, though. It's difficult to go from that concept we had when we know that there are other things that can be identified, that I have identified that we need, and then going from there to an indoor sportsplex facility when that was number 4 in the priority list when we went to the visioning workshop, which is one of the things that I have brought up to you guys before. We put number 4 to number 1 and scratch everything else. I don't have, if we were to do this bonding, if we were to bond for $60 million for an indoor facility, I will need way more information, starting by the operational cost and who is going to be, if somebody's going to be operating this, then I would like to see what the financials are. How much are we going to have to pay on top of what they are going to be returning to us? And is this, and although I do believe if we bring that to the voters and they are the ones who decide, yes, we want this, no, we don't want it, is this really what we need? And again, I know I want a 2-story library. I don't think that that's probably what we need. We probably need something less, but is this really what we want to use the bond money, the capacity that we have? Is this what Kyle's needs? The point also is, during the summer, and probably Councilmember Heiser is one of that, they can tell you this, there are not enough facilities that you can bring kids indoors for them to have fun. There's not. You can go to the pool and everything else is outdoors. Now, I don't know that really an indoor sportsplex with ice skating rings is going to be what would be needed. I would be completely in favor of the development of the Lake Kensington and having a facility there that has an indoor component that has recreation things for kids to do. So I think we should be doing a design of the outdoor sportsplex and then lessening the scope of the community center that we have talked before, now that we have identified a space for the seniors, and then take that route. We already hire a company that is ready to go out to do public engagement. I think we should be going into that direction and let the residents decide what they want in that facility, because that's the direction that we were headed and we were all on board. So how do we move from one to the other? It's really mind-blowing for me when we were, again, 2 months ago, we were sitting right here having this discussion on what we wanted in that facility, and we were like, seniors, community center, recreation, library, museum, or whatever. And so now that we have one less component, why we not just focus on what we wanted and allow this company to do public engagement and let the residents say what are the things that they would like to see in Kyle. We have already money for an outdoor facility. I think we should definitely find who would operate that facility and then allow for Verde to continue the project that they got hired to do and initiate public engagement with taking out the component of the seniors, since we have identified already allocation for them.
So, just to touch on what you're saying, the plan at Lake Kensington, hey, no, please.
May I ask for the other two task force members to give an opinion on this, since
Well-
we got appointed by you
Hold on,
guys?
hold on.
Hang on.
Hold on, I'm still talking.
No, hang on,
Okay,
you
but
stop talking.
We had a task
and
force, I agree.
I understand, you made a
But I would
proposal.
love to hear from the two of them on what are their thoughts
After me,
about
they
this.
can. They can right after me, sorry. But I
Let's
just
be-
wanted to
let's be
touch on
nice
what
to
you
each
said.
other,
No, I am,
okay?
no, hey, Miguel.
I'm
Go.
seeing a
Miguel,
lot of
Miguel.
hostility.
Miguel, there's no hostility.
Okay.
I just wanted my turn.
Okay.
That's all it was. Just like you took an hour earlier,
yeah.
I'm just gonna take a few minutes, please. Yeah, there's no hostility here, trust me. So what I'm saying, and I'm gonna be really just, with numbers wise here, is gonna be that the facility at Kensington, we're gonna pay for it 100%. The taxpayers will pay for it 100%. They're gonna 100% of the operational costs, the cleaning, the maintenance, everything.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, there's not gonna be any money making because it's a smaller facility. You're not gonna hold tournaments, you're not gonna do anything with that. The facility that we're proposing, and I don't know where ice came into this, but this is about the volleyball, basketball, and everything else that's going on. That's gonna be a money revenue generator, and that's something that we gotta look at. Do we put the whole burden on the backs of the taxpayers? Or do we take some of that burden on people coming in for tournaments, everything else? That's the question we gotta ask. I'm not saying either or, I'm just saying, one, there's tournaments that help pay for the cost, for maintenance, everything. The other one is solely on the taxpayer. Kensington will be solely on the taxpayer. The other one's gonna have revenue coming in. And if you don't think people come into these revenues, when I go to Georgetown, go to San Antonio, all these events, there's people from all over the state there, and the dollars are coming in. There's hotel tax, there's food, everything. I mean, it's just not the people coming in and playing the sports. They're using the amenities around there as well. The hotel tax, everything. So there's a lot going on. So what we have to ask ourselves as DIAS, do we put the whole burden of that 60 mil on the taxpayers, or do we do a component where it takes some revenue back in to lessen that burden? And that's all I'm saying.
Can I ask a quick question? Can you put two things on the bond and let a resident speak? Do you want this or this? A or B, and they have to pick from one of those two? What would you rather? Bond for an indoor sports play facility that we are doing a public-private partnership? Or would you like to have a community center with this component and let them pick?
No, it's going to, you would have a proposition for both projects. They could potentially pick both projects. It's either an up or down on each project.
you
It's not
cannot
an
do either or?
No.
But they could vote one in and fail the other, or fail them
No,
both,
they can both, or,
right?
They could vote
You do
both, they
both.
could vote both in, but we don't have the capacity to do that. It's one project. at a
but
time.
can we have a facility, I mean, we don't have to have a $65 million facility indoors. Can we ask the company to have a proposal for a $30 million facility? Why not?
That'd be really small. It'd be small, I mean, small. You're not gonna.
We have 60,000 people in this town.
Yeah.
And although we are going to have visitors,
You won't have any visitors with a small building.
okay, show me that a $30 million facility would not do it.
So if you look at the public safety center, that facility now is probably about 50 mil. So think about what 30 will get you when you're looking at square footage.
But you're talking about a shell building, right?
No, it's
We
finished
cannot
out.
do it?
No, you're looking at a full finished out building. I mean, when you're looking at construction costs now, what they are, the Public Safety Center was $37 million. That building now is probably close to 60. I mean, with the cost and everything, post-COVID, I mean, everything has doubled. So, when you're looking at square footage, look at what, the square footage, what is square footage going out for a building, do you know, Mayor? I can't remember what the price is. per square
Can I
foot.
say something to you, Rizzo?
Yeah, go ahead.
So when we're talking about the residents and what we bond for,
Yeah.
our residents are the taxpayers.
Correct.
So we should be building something for them, not for visitors. Our visitors don't pay property taxes here. They generate sales tax. So you have to keep things in perspective.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Understand, and just in terms of where we're at, everybody's, we've reverted back to the conundrum of where we were, so congratulations, that's where we're at now. I don't understand at all why we're doing this. You understand that this is the kind of conversation and rhetoric that has led to us being in such a pickle and not knowing how to move forward. Everybody has a different opinion, and everybody's giving anecdotal, emotional evidence to try to solve a problem here. So I don't know what you want to do, but we can't even proceed with this meeting based on we cannot even go to number 2 based on where we're at. The only option for this rhetoric is just, we just stop. Everything stops. Is that what y'all want? I thought we decided we didn't want that.
I
And
don't
that we
think we're
wanted
ready
to
to-
try to put together a plan that would work and that would solve problems for the community, both local and in terms of generating long-term revenue, quality of life, amenities, as well as regional draws. Do we want to move forward or do we not want to move forward? That's the only question at this point. We want to argue and try to fight for everything that we individually want. Everybody is going to individually get nothing. That's all that can happen. And now we have to have the conversation publicly. So, Councilor
Mayor, Councilor
Harris.
Tobias hasn't gone yet. Could he please go?
Could I?
Yeah,
Well,
he hasn't gone
he
yet.
hadn't asked.
Go ahead.
He had his hand
So-
up right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah,
He has
Councilor
some
Tobias.
stuff
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. Again, let's reiterate professionalism and respect, and I think we can all do that. Yeah, this would be the big question. Is this all about revenue making or the quality of life? That's what I wrote down. And to Ms. Councilmember Parsley's point, yes, I am on the task force for the community center, rec center, on that. And it's just a matter of, okay, where did the direction change from the conversation of this, going through the process of hiring a consultant, to now going with a $65 million possible bond for a rec, what do you call it? The indoor center on that end. So I guess, for me, it's just direct questions, like, where do we come up with the $65 million figure? Because to me, I'm looking at this as a taxpayer. These are my questions as a taxpayer, because I live here. 65 million figure is, where's the estimate? And what would be the exact cost of what we would be utilizing if this goes before the voters to vote? Because again, they will have the final say. What would be the cost? Would it be infrastructure, road, amenities, or items that need to be added with this, if we were to go with that? The design, of course, we're not there, but it's just getting that conversation. Okay, with this, city staff, would we have city staff running these facilities? Okay, that would be within a budget. Of course, that would be a budget amendment later on if this was to go through. Where are we with a parks director? As far as, would this person be in charge of running this facility? The other questions I would have is hiring third-party vendors and contractors. How would this benefit the city in the long run, including our liability? If we go with a company that has certain types of franchises or something like that, where would the city line up with that if they decided when, because contracts have a beginning and an ending. So we always have to keep that in mind. And how would we take over those contracts if we were to go with something like this? Going on the issue with the consulting with Burdett, if the direction was to change, would they be interested in working with the design concept of Lake Kensington, because I would hate for them to just be wiped off our charts. If we could still utilize them in a responsible way, to be able to bring something on that end. And my last one would be for us to go with what Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo is saying, and a lot of us feel. We have needs in the city. The city also has needs, including providing a facility for the seniors. But I'm also looking at facilities for our Parks Department. Because if you've been to Lake Kyle, they've got boxes that are piled up in the hallway because they've got no space to walk. They've got stuff that's just in storage everywhere. And we are a growing city. So we also not only have to look out for the residents, but I also want to be able to look out for our employees. So utilizing existing buildings and facilities versus building ground up, we should look at where our cost savings are. And I think if we were to look at a place like we're looking at 1500 Daisy, I feel that's at least a start to go from there. But the back and forth as far as, where the directions are, I think those conversations or those kind of questions, I think would be helpful for me to be able to get answered so that way we can move forward in this conversation. That's, again, my opinion.
Councilmember Harris.
I think we are presented with a wealth of options.
Right.
That's a very good place to be in. The Kensington property is a beautiful property. It is a very natural area, and I would hate to see a very large facility go there, but I would like to see some community facility, something for the community on that side of 35, go there. I think that why we're talking about this bond for the larger indoor sports facility is because we didn't have that vision until it was presented to us. It was like, oh, wow, this is really an opportunity. This is something that we can do, that we can provide the initial funding for, that will give us a return on investment. Our bond for the Kensington would not give us any return on investment. There is an option for the seniors, which is absolutely crucial for me and for many of the people sitting in this room. And I think that we could do both. I think if we bond for the larger indoor sports complex, we have the numbers that show it will be a good investment, that it will return more than what we're bonding it for. And then we can certainly continue to develop the Kensington property. And I'm with Councilmember Parsley and Tobias. I would like to see Burdett continue with their analysis of that project with maybe a smaller scope of that facility. But they aren't looking at just the facility. They're looking at that whole development, which is going to be gorgeous. So I don't want an either or here. I think we can do both.
Councilmember Harris, I think just in regard to Burdett, from my understanding, and Councilmember Parsley, was the idea of moving on from Burdett was to open up the process to see if that there was another firm that was more specialized in environmental impact of parkland. So I don't think it was any sort of direction to diminish the importance of the project or a shot at Burdett at all. I just think the priority or the vision, so as you alluded to earlier, somewhat changed. And now, if Burdett ends up being the one, then they're the one. But in terms of like best use or a best company to evaluate the opportunity that exists with that parkland, that was at least my understanding of the reason why. Now,
That is not what I understood. That would be good, although we hired Burdett because one of the reasons we hired Burdett was that they were excellent on environmental analysis. And they have an environmentalist that works with them full-time, and she's on-site. So I don't really see the logic there. I think they're halfway through their analysis of this project. I would say let's continue that with a modification of the vision for the building. And get, our investment back out of that.
I agree. Could I just jump in? I think some sort of facility at Lake Kensington, I'm not going to make any, I'll be just very specific and clear. I think that when we spend in some sort of library, what we're really doing is investing in the kids, in the future generations. Not all kids will play sports. Not all kids will be athletes. We have to have, as we invest in the city for families that move in, opportunities for their kids to pick up books, read, have safe spaces, get tutoring, get job training. That's what I believe investment needs to be in. So everyone up here, has their passion. I also have a passion for those scientists, engineers, and doctors that we have to help build up and support. So that's why, to me, whether we have a very good library, we don't have enough of it. We don't have enough invested in education.
So you're looking right at me, so it tells me you're taking a shot at me.
No, I'm not taking
So,
a shot
no,
at you,
that's what
Mr.
you're
Rizzo.
doing. So let me tell you, when you're talking about etiquette.
I'm looking at
no,
the
you're looking
direction
right
of
at
the
me. So I'm gonna
cameras.
tell you right now, I know you didn't grow up playing sports. I know you never, you were in your books 100%. I
couldn't
commend you for
afford
that.
it.
I commend you for that. That's right. You couldn't afford it. We had nothing up here. I mean, so.
No personal
So
attacks,
say-
please.
well, he was attacking me there.
No,
wasn't
he was
Rizzo.
just looking at you.
No,
He
he
was
was
just,
giving me that look.
I know, but look, we get so close.
Because we have passion. We all have passion.
No, so
No,
listen,
we
okay,
have
I'm
passion,
good
but
about
we
it.
can't help but take shots.
So here's the deal. Look, we have a library. We have no sports component whatsoever, nothing at all. Your son plays sports. When he gets older, he's not going to have a place to really play. You're going to have to be begging areas or traveling half across the country for him to play. Look, we've got a library right now. We have no sports. So do we get two libraries and then no sports? That's what the question is. It's not about attacking each other or anything.
We're friends, Rizzo.
Yeah,
I don't
know
take
that.
anything personal.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry
no,
if you
but-
thought I was looking
Yeah,
at you.
yeah,
today.
All right,
You're
hang
giving
on,
me that look,
hang on.
so.
All right. So, can I just talk about the Burdick contract or something to just give us a break for a second? So what's the Burdick contract amount?
120,000.
So what is the total scope of, because it's possible, I think the dissidence on that particular piece is just that I'm thinking about a firm for designing Lake Kensington, right? So there's three distinct elements here that we're trying to sort of separate out, flesh out, and turn into real projects. One is the Lake Kensington Park project. Lake Kensington is property that we've just acquired, but it's not usable to the public. We acquired it primarily to be a park. That's first and foremost. And so the community center idea, it was like possible we could, it's in the floodplain now, maybe we raise it, maybe we don't. But it's primarily, it's a park project. So the Burdick contract, as I understood it, was to decide whether or not, or to analyze whether a potential facility would go on Lake Kensington or Cal Vista Park, which is a good discussion to have. But what it means is if we're not going to bond in November, part of what we're trying to propose here is to say we can greenlight the Lake Kensington Park project right now. Right now. We do not have to put that in the November bond. Park development projects can be CL funded. And then by green lighting and fully funding that project, we can potentially be pursuing grant funding down the road as well. I think that path leads to grant funding. But we fully fund it up front so that we know. So that's a path, but I don't see that the Burdick contract is on that path. Burdick's doing something kind of different. So what we need to do is go through an RFP process to hire a firm to actually design Lake Kensington, to analyze it. I know we've done the LiDAR, we've looked at the topography and the wildlife that's already in there. We need to have someone, and that's a much larger contract, but that's what I'm trying to get us to pursue. I want us to greenlight that project so that we can take it aside. And then the land deal, is the same thing. So can we keep the Burdett contract and have them finish out the work that we hired them to do? And then can we potentially go to RFP for design services for Lake Kensington?
So the Burdett contract, as you pointed out, was to look at the two sites and also do some public engagement and come back with renderings and conceptual ideas of how we could build the community center on which site, right? And they would give us both options. We could continue to do that work, but that was, I think definitely some of the work they've done on evaluating the sites is very helpful for whatever project that we do. But Burdett was picked not with an RFQ process. As you may recall, we had a very quick turnaround on that project. So we looked at some firms, thought Burdett did a very good job of giving us a quick proposal on that. But it was not a formal RFQ. And so they may be the best firm to do the Lake Kensington project, but our recommendation would be to go out through the RFQ process, evaluate all firms, and make sure we have the right partner to do that. They could be great to do that. I'm sure they would submit on it, and then the council could evaluate it. But
Your recommendation was to cancel the Burdett contract, but can they finish out? But
If
we
you're
don't need
going
the
to-
public engagement piece.
If you're going to do any type of community center, yes, you would need to continue with them on that. If it's really just to finish some of the work on the site and then look at a park project, I think you need to cancel the project and cancel the contract and then do an RFQ. for
Can
that
I ask
particular
a
project.
question?
But it just depends on what you're trying to do.
Because I think that they should finish what they're doing and then maybe let them know that the senior component wouldn't be a part of that community center since we have the other property that we are considering, and let them, realize maybe going in a little smaller scale to see if there is a possibility for them to do it at Lake Kensington, which I think maybe the Parks Department should have a facility there since we are going to have a park. And that will probably be one of the biggest parks that we're going to have. So instead of having that component, maybe having.
The problem is, if you solve the senior situation now with the 1,500 AC property, and then say, let's just go forward to bond with a library and a rec center, I think that.
I'm not saying that.
I can't support that.
Okay,
A rec
I'm not,
center
I'm
or a
not.
community
We're
center?
not talking about.
We're
bonding.
talking
Community
about.
center is just a word. That doesn't
Well, I
mean
know, but
anything. I'm talking about
With
use.
this group, it doesn't, the use is
That
conflated.
the community center is what's causing everybody to be distracted, that word, like we're building a community center or not a community center. We said senior center, library, and rec center, but the truth is there's a lot to that.
If I could just jump in, we're talking about that, which is good, but getting back to the basics again, if we allow them to finish doing the analysis, and they come back and they can say, we can't build anything here. Guess what? We've finally got an answer for those two locations, and we can move on from that, because this is going to continue on for another year or so. But at least we have a group that can come in and look at these sites, like I've told everybody before. Let's see if any of these land usages can be possible for any kind of facility.
Well,
And
I want to do.
And then
But obviously-
that way it would eliminate a lot of the questions of like, could we have built there or we couldn't have? But we will never know because we canceled the contract. And then again, it's not so much nowadays of being flexible, but it's being adaptable. We have to adapt to the changes that come before us, okay? So if it means that we continue on with Burdett and then they say, look, we did our analysis, we did our field studies, we did our flood studies, a facility of this magnitude would not work in this area. However, like I said before and made a suggestion, if they come back and say, hey, look, we can help with a park scenario, we can help with this, giving them the choice to say, yes, we can do that. And then you can open up for other people if we want to go with that, and then we can decide.
Just that
It's
window
just
of
a
time
start.
kills the project, though. That's
Yeah.
we have, the reason all these dates are proposed, the reason we're here having this discussion is because we have been in this state of
Yeah.
everybody kind of wants their own thing. And so staff isn't exactly sure. We've been in this state now for a while. If we don't decide whether to move forward with the way that they're proposing it, Realistically, functionally, the result is we miss the 2024 bond
But
window.
we have two different things. We have the facility of the rec center on that end. I'm talking about just getting the results from the land.
But
We
that's
haven't
not
got
the
that,
scope of their work.
You know,
What you're proposing
Yeah.
to do is really just an engineering question.
Yep.
We just need to hire an engineering firm. Burdett is a completely different scope of analysis. Can we develop on that site is a question that staff can get the answer
and
to.
and I think it just, and then that would help answer.
But Burdett is on a path towards a community center bond that with a recreation center and a library and a senior center, number one is that puts the seniors many years into the future, into unknown. We think we can solve potentially the seniors facility in a better way right now, which then kills the community center because we've solved the senior center's problem up front. You can't go to the voters in November and ask for a community center without the seniors. That was always a condition. We were going to need the seniors to do that because senior center scored low, and the thing that scored the lowest was a library expansion project. It's just not something that the general public has shown a lot of interest in. And so now we're coming back, we're like, all right, let's reevaluate, which is okay to do, all of the different interests and needs, because it's really a good thing to solve the seniors' problem first. And then it's also the initial project of that East Side Park, that becomes a funded project. And it becomes greenlit and we can start. So all I know is the result of this vote delivers 2 high-quality amenities to the east side. And we're going to propose a potential sportsplex expansion on the west side to the voters, and they will have to approve it. So we put that one to the voters because it is large, and then we can move forward with 2 projects that are very important to this group. I know those projects are important to this group. They're both east side, their quality of life. We get Krug Activity Center back, but we have to give the clear direction that if we're going to pursue it this way, that we have to be honest with the voters that the community center is not something that is realistically, community center, rec center / library is not something that we're going to take to them in November as a proposition, because we can't.
I mean, that all sounds good, Travis, but there's no real security in the financing for these projects that you're asking for. So we're taking the very guaranteed money, we know where it's going to go for the indoor sportsplex, but then we are now left wondering, is the money going to come like we say is it going to trickle down? You know, I mean, to those other projects. These are COs, these are cash, these are people are going to get upset about the property rates and stuff like that.
So hang on, the cash is for the land.
So we need
or
a plan. We need a plan that really ties money for those amenities you're talking about that need financing. You know, that's a little bit more solid financing.
Can I say something to what Miguel's point is? Like, let's say hypothetically, that you do put a bond for the $60 million for an indoor facility. Do we have to decide on that today?
Yes.
I mean, what I'm saying, Travis, could you flip it around?
I'm still asking a
And
question.
get CO bonds for the.
Do we
sports?
have to decide on that today?
Well, the point of this discussion is we're on a path for the community center. We've talked about what we've asked Bertie to do. The squeeze that we all are feeling is time. You have to make a decision. If you want this on the November bond election, you have to call that election in August. The time is short.
Okay.
And if you're wanting to change directions or do a different direction on this, we just need that clear direction, as the mayor said. So we have a number of things that would be required to get that done. So I need some direction from you to meet that timeline.
Because my biggest question would be, if we were to do that, who the operators of that facility be, indoor and outdoor facility? And if it's not going to be the city of Kyle as the main operator, then I would love to see the finances for each company that it wants to operate this. And I mean the finances they have from other facilities that are comparable to Kyle.
Well, I think at this point, the proposal in front of you is a city-owned facility that we would either operate ourselves or hire a contractor to manage. I don't have the answers of what those costs would be. That would be a process we would need to go through over the next few weeks to figure out how that could be done, what is the conceptual ideas of what all uses would be there, and what are the options. And those are things that you don't necessarily have to decide by August per se. You could spend a lot more time looking at those. We could go through RFP processes. There could be a number of ways to do it. But the question in front of you is that a project that's worthy of pursuing? Is that what you want to do? That's what we're asking. And if it is, then we need some professionals to help us get those conceptual drawings, to look at the site, to understand what the exact cost would be. And there will be options that you'll be asked to weigh in on in July. Of what do you think about these? What are the amenities that are going to be here, and how would you proceed? That's the question in front of you.
I'd like to jump in here and try to refocus this and go back to the feasibility study on page 5, just the executive summary. And the study purpose was to evaluate the market demand for new amateur sports facilities in Kyle. The key findings were strong Kyle market indicators that we're growing, young, diverse resident base. There's limited competition for amateur sports, positive growth in the youth sports industry based on the makeup of our residents, high demand for and interest in a new sports complex. And I think this is the key for some of the questions that are being asked. That was based on 20 interviews with existing sports organizations. So youth soccer clubs, basketball clubs, volleyball clubs, who all are looking for space in a home, to rent, lease out. So when we talk about tenants, those would be the pool of tenants. So again, high demand for and interest in a new sports complex, and demand for multiple sports uses.
I'm not saying that there is no demand, like.
The financial impacts of an indoor and an outdoor component would be about $1 million revenue year 1, 3.5 year 3 and on, and that's stabilized operations. About $1.7 billion in direct spending on the venue operations and facilities in and around, places in and around the facility, which amounts to $2.6 billion in total output, direct spending plus indirect and induced spending, 830 full-time jobs, and around $73 million in financial impact. And that's tax revenues generated by the facility itself, sales tax, and hotel occupancy tax. So now, bringing this back, is if we're going to spend, let's just call it the $65 million that's listed on number 2 here on potential next steps, $65 million that can yield $73 million in financial impact, or $65 million that nets next to zero in financial impact for our city, but still provides a very similar amenity to our city, something that is also prioritized by our residents. To me, it's a very clear, at least for the sake of conversation, we can figure out the logistics of trying to make it happen. But if we're trying to be representatives of our residents, to provide them quality of life amenities, while also trying to maintain affordability, which a lot of times those two things are in conflict with one another. But if that's our responsibility, while also being financial stewards for the city, then we need to be thinking about how money that we're putting out there is going to bring dollars back to us while still providing amenities for our residents.
I'm not debating that. The only thing I'm asking is, if we were to do that, what will be the operational cost to the city if we decide to be the ones that are going to be operating the facility? Then that will be the impact in staffing and how we need to budget for that. Because at that point, will not only be us budgeting to pay off for this, but also how are we going to staff it? Where are we going to get the appropriate staff to operate this facility? If we are not going to be doing it ourselves, if we're going to hire another company, then I would like to know what company would be, or what is the potential companies that can operate this facility that have done it before, and I would love to see their revenue. That is all I'm asking. Again, it's a conversation I've had with you before. When I put money in the stock market, I go and review the companies and the whole financials before I put any cents on those. So that's all I'm saying here. It's like playing with all of our money into something. I just want to make sure that this is going to be bringing actual a return on the investment. That's all I'm saying. At the end of the day, the impact in the taxes is going to be really high. Are we going to see a return in 20 years? Possibly, but I would like to reassure that that's going to happen. The second thing is I would like to know, well, what would be plan B? Let's say that we don't find any company that operates this facility, and I want to have my options. I think we need a lot more information before we say, hey, yeah, how much do we have? Like 6 weeks to decide if we're going to go to bond or not for this? I don't know that we can get all that information before.
So,
And if you don't mind, to just add to my point, guys, the same thing I was saying there, city staff, what would be the cost for that? I'm looking at it in a nutshell itself. We go present this, we are going to be asked questions. We are going to, I understand the whole concept and, you know, it's the trend that's going on and it's bringing in money and it's bringing out-of-towners here. We're going to bring hotels here and it'll help with the economy. But again, I have to bring it back down, guys, to what's the $65 million going to be used for? How much of that's going to be for the infrastructure? What is the cost and how large are we looking at the building itself? If we use a third-party vendor, what are their liabilities? What are their shares going to be if we have to go that route? Because let's say we do this and it passes and we do a groundbreaking, and are we going to have enough staff to be able to facilitate this? It's looking at the big picture itself, and we can go with market studies, we can go with trends, but again, these are just the down root questions that we just need to have on that end.
All right, hang on.
Well,
Just a couple things, then we need to take a break. So a couple things, then we need to take a break. So for one, the way this is being approached is to ask questions that we can't possibly know the answers to, because that is not even the questions we're trying to get answered right now. The questions about operational costs and who the subcontractors are and exactly how that works, while important, is a question you get as you're engaging with those contractors. And we are not interested in engaging with contractors right now. What we're interested in doing is deciding whether or not we want to even proposition the voters on an indoor facility. Do you want to do that? And if the answer is no, and your approach to saying no is to ask a bunch of questions that you know we don't know the answers to, we just need to know. Do you want to proceed? Because the contracts for with you know, someone like us, Lone Star or Surge or a YMCA or a Dallas Stars or an AFC or whoever it would be, won't happen until after the bond. That those aren't relevant questions. They're ways to attack the proposition. That's really what it is. And so I don't really know what you want us to do at this point, because we would like to go down that path of cultivating a good project and propositioning the voters, because at the 30,000-foot level, what we're saying is, with the setup of solving a senior center and doing a major East Side park, we could potentially do a regional sportsplex as well, and that need is, considering how we've solved the rest of the problems, number one now on the list for me in terms of the data and the feedback of what I think, not me personally, but what I think the community needs and what they would support in a bond proposition, whereas I think the way we were going to propose it would have been a lot harder. So I'm excited about where we're at, because I think we've sort of put a lot of these things into good perspective, and now we have the opportunity to look at it individually, putting together a really good sportsplex package. But we don't pursue projects like this that are multi-year long projects. Like, when does the operational cost start? When does that question get answered? Probably 24 months from now is when that question gets answered. Not right now. We're not even close to being able to answer. So we should just decide philosophically whether or not this is a concept we want to proceed with. We want to try to solve the seniors on a separate and immediate time scale. We want to put an East Side Park project together on an immediate time scale, funded by COs, beneficial to the community. And then we want to put the long-term time scale on the regional sportsplex and allow for the voters to give us permission to get the answer to the questions that y'all are proposing and put together a package but we just can't do all that right now because we don't have the ability to negotiate with these users, and we shouldn't negotiate because we don't have facilities to propose. So I don't know what y'all want us to do, but if just conceptually, if we walk away and we say we don't want to pursue the sportsplex, then pretty much everything's going to have to go back to the drawing board because we no longer have unity. I mean, I'm listening to the conversations. I hear 4 people that are behind the idea of pursuing this project, and I hear 3 that are against it. And so if we're in that position, we can't move forward, but we can't move forward with either side of it. I don't know what to do.
Well, nobody's against the Travis, what you're taking it that way, okay?
I'm just trying to figure out what do we do.
We're asking legit questions,
Right.
because again, Travis, Mr. Mayor, we went from one specific project to.
Where we were all united.
We were all united to now this. So we do have just specific questions on this. Again, for me, 65 million, is this just an estimate, a ballpark figure? You know, it's just those kind of things. Nobody's attacking this, okay? I understand we have a need for it, but it's just, you know, where did this dollar amount come from? I have to be able to,
I know.
because as of tomorrow, I will get an email from a resident saying, where did you come up with this dollar amount? I've got to have an answer, to be fair.
It will be the
Michael,
study that
what
was
this
done.
feels like, though, and I think what the mayor was saying is we've been having this conversation for a long time, and yes, it has changed, but you're not just learning of the change this morning. And a lot of the things that have been brought up today have been brought up in previous conversations before we collectively made the decision to have this discussion today. So I'm sitting here and honestly, if you guys don't want to do this, that's fine. But this feels like there's some sort of game being played, or there's some sort of script that was put together before this meeting, and I just don't have it. Because all of y'all are saying the same things that we've already talked about. In the performative nature of this dance is, I don't even know what to do. We paid a company for a feasibility study, and I've asked you, all of you, multiple times, please read it. I even took a copy and I put it down in front of y'all, and I said, please read it. And I keep hearing about operating expenses and tenants and all these things. Go to the feasibility study.
Okay, but
Why do we pay companies to do this stuff?
These are legitimate questions.
They are.
Hold on,
You're playing asked and answered.
guys. Hey.
We've had these for 2 months.
Hey, one at a time.
You
please.
have the
All right.
information.
We're gonna do a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 9:40.
We can still
We're on
ask the
break now.
questions. We can still ask the questions.
But then answer them talking.
I thought you were gonna say because they were split. Hey,
What?
Miguel,
It's 9:48. I'm gonna call this meeting back to order. Hopefully, we were all able to gain clarity in the break. I'll hold my breath, just for the sake of it. I don't know what you guys want to do at this point. You know, obviously we don't have all the answers to the questions with regards to the sportsplex. The possibility of 1,500 Daisy is causing us to try to evaluate a different scenario, and so now we have 2 different scenarios before us. Do we want to pursue the initial plan of a senior center, rec center, library on possibly Cal Vista Park or the newly acquired Lake Kensington? There are pros and cons to that path. The pro is that we get to say we've been pursuing that path for a long time, I suppose, and we didn't change. So I guess that's one pro. But, we have to wait. Hopefully it passes. Then we start the design process. We break ground on such a facility early 2026. And that project is completed 2027, 2028, when we finally solve the problem of seniors. We won't be here when that problem is solved. But if we acquire 1,500 Daisy, we let go of the idea that we have to build some community center facility. we pursue the development of the Lake Kensington project, greenlight that now, we can immediately, over the course of the next few meetings, following the plan that's been outlined by the city manager, we can deliver a major quality of life asset to the east side. We can deliver significant solutions for our seniors, and we could start the process of taking a sportsplex proposal that we all agree is a need in this community. We are very low. We have virtually no sportsplex infrastructure. Let's cultivate the project for a sportsplex and put it to the voters and let them decide. That's the plan. But if we don't follow that plan, if we're not willing to go with it, it's also going to require defeasance vote so that we can maintain our tax rate. If we don't go down that path, what do we do? What do you want to do? Because I no longer believe that taking an entire $65, $70 million community center proposal to try to build that on Lake Kensington is the way to deliver the most value. I think the majority of us probably think that's not 100% best. And just one last thing, as far as equity, I think Lake Kensington, the development of it, has immediate impact to those. It's an amenity for the east side. But a regional sportsplex, it's not an amenity to those who live right next to it. In fact, we negotiated a lot of the agreement for the sportsplex in terms of where it is, required us to concede to the Lennar development in Plum Creek North so that they would make sure that there was no light pollution, sound, noise, all that kind of stuff that goes on at a high-intensity use sportsplex is not good for the immediate neighbors. It is a good for the community at large and for the region. So in terms of like bringing the quality, these sportsplexes bring traffic, they have light, that's my point, right? So we have a master planned location for a sportsplex that's in a high-intensity use environment where the agreements for in terms of how to protect the neighbors have already been put into place. Let's turn Lake Kensington into a park and stop trying to put a sportsplex on it or some major recreation center, which really, when we say that, we're still thinking of sports infrastructure because we know that's what is needed the most. Let's put everything where it belongs and allow for the voters to decide whether or not a sportsplex is an indoor facility is something that they want. I'm just asking the council to just let's go with this plan because it's really the only viable plan that remains, and I think it's also a very good one. So I don't know what else to do other than try to move us forward.
Can we take separate directions? Because I think that some of us are really in favor of a lot of the things, still kind of conflicted about others. Like I am fully in favor to acquiring at least a firm. I would love for Burdett to continue to do what they were contracted to do and finish with that scope of work. I would be fully in favor for us to design Lake Kensington, because I think that would be really, really good for the entire city. I don't know about the rest, but I believe that those two, I think that I will also be fully in favor of acquiring the proper in Daisy Lane to make that the senior center or giving the seniors that facility. I don't know how everybody else feels about it. Now, in regards to the sports complex or the indoor sports complex in the community center I still have conflicts in there. I don't know exactly what it is, the path we need to follow.
I don't think we should take the action separately because the actions are in conflict. The action to continue forward with the Burdett contract is for them to continue to cultivate plans for a community center. The action on 1500 Daisy is the action to put the seniors and to cultivate a community center facility on 1500 Daisy that would be for use by the seniors and also a gathering space for the city. So moving forward with the Burdett contract and moving forward 1500 Daisy, those actions are in conflict. So how could we take those actions separately?
We will tell Burdett to remove the scope of the seniors and continue with the design, maybe just giving direction to.
Yeah, but see, that direction, at least for me, I can't support that. I don't, because we're having them cultivate a scope of work that contemplates asking the voters to approve something that we have not given direction
But they're
on.
just bringing a draft, though.
Correct, but I don't want to pay them to bring me a draft of something I'm not even considering.
But we would consider for them to bring up a draft and a study, or what would be the best place to build, if we were to build a community center, correct?
I don't know what a community center is in the context of the conversation we've had for the last year, if it does not include a senior center component.
But they can go to get public engagement and then bring us a draft based on that engagement. Wouldn't that be the direction they get?
Well, if you're going to weight everything else and have Burdett move forward, the Burdett contract really is the central action that's here at this point, because the Burdett contract represents what we have been pursuing, and what is proposed before is a different path. So those actions they're just in contract. Burdett is tasked with cultivating a community center that is scoped with a new library, a senior center, and a rec center component like a YMCA.
Yeah, that would be the one that I would like to see us going down that path. I know it's not,
Yeah.
might not be popular up here anymore, but Plan A, the initial, is really where I want to be. Because I think that does solve a lot of the problems. I know it doesn't get us there as quickly as we would like, but I believe that having the patience and seeing it to fruition, that place could be magnificent. And I'm just not ready to walk away right now from not giving that an opportunity to flourish. I do know that the indoor sportsplex is important. The right location is where you stated. I just don't know if that's the time to put that ahead of Plan A. So I still want to continue down Plan A.
So you would say, don't buy 1,500 Day C.
I think that
and
we
put-
could do the 15 and
So you-
Plan A.
So you
because-
think take the
because the-
seniors out of the community center? So this is Plan
No,
C.
no.
So let's go with Plan C. Take the
It's
seniors
Plan A
out.
with Daisy, and Daisy can still be used by our Parks and Recs if needed. It creates space, and it's a insurance for if we have different feedback on the Burdett. You know, if we need to lessen the scope, we still have that insurance of Daisy together. They're
Right.
tied together. Since you're talking about them as a community center or senior center, they're so dispersed with each other. And that's what I'm proposing. Continue with Burdett and get Daisy. That's a soft cushion for Plan A. So if Plan A, we have to reduce the scope, take something out of there, we still got that. And I could fully support that, Travis.
And
I
then
know-
no
I know-
senior center, no sportsplex. No indoor sportsplex.
That can come, I just don't know if that is the right time, but I
So-
do want that for the city.
But it's good for us to just all be clear on where we're at.
Right.
So-
It's just, how do you get one before the other? That's where
right.
I'm at. That's where I'm at. I do
Well,
want the indoor.
We're all wrestling these questions constantly.
Right.
And so everybody has a different approach. I'm just trying to signal a warning here that, like, you know, in
And
my
it-
experience, there is only one way to cultivate projects that actually make big impacts on the community, and it requires council members working their individual interests out to get behind a common vision and have some trust and support in that vision along the way.
I mean, I'm thinking about the voters and what's going to come out in the next bonds as well. So this, Travis, Plan A had everything for everybody. And now we're just piecing it out by moving to something else. So that's why I think the strong move was still Plan A and get Daisy as insurance. And there you go.
Yeah.
That would be, and the sportsplex, indoor sportsplex, that's going to come. I just don't know if it needs to be the right now.
Yeah, and so for me, I would rather take the senior and the park components out of Plan A, which are the two projects and components that deliver value and have a need. Take those two projects and greenlight them and put them aside, and prioritize the sportsplex as being a very important need. In terms of what would we ask the voters to approve, that is a question that all the data, that y'all want data, you're not asking for data on a community center. Don't need the operational revenues, don't need any of that for a community center proposal. But if it's a sportsplex, you want all that data, right? So it's the same basic concept. Let's take that to the voters and allow for that to come about naturally. But we don't have the answer to the question of how much operational revenues are going to be and how much our ongoing fixed expenses and variable expenses on any facility that we propose right now. So what we do know is that there are a long line of potential partners that could help manage operational components to a sportsplex. For a rec center, it would be a YMCA. And if you think that bringing a YMCA to Kyle, when there's already one in Buda, is a more beneficial project than a regional sportsplex, on that we do fundamentally disagree.
Right. But they are two different business models, and you're comparing a business model which is set up to have private businesses and vendors. It's going to generate money.
Well, the YMCA is 100% private.
Right, but they work a lot
100%
with,
private.
but they also
Zero
work,
public.
they work with income levels, right? They work with
No.
communities and cities.
It is a private club.
They make money.
And if we didn't have the YMCA
But-
and we operated it ourselves, we would be the same model.
We don't know if it's affordable for our residents to use the indoor sportsplex either. When I looked, something that really tuned me away was that there was an hourly fee, right, to use an indoor splex. If you're a family and you need to use it, are you going to be put down the list because there's tournaments occurring there?
Well,
You know?
every project you have to develop, you have to consider for the actual business model of what you're offering and how much of it you're wanting to subsidize in various ways. Us putting front the cash for asking the voters to approve a bond is one form of a subsidy, but that's just upfront cost. How the costs get repaid, that's a different form of a subsidy. How much we charge, I think the model that will make the most sense is what most sportsplex operators use. There's a parent organization, that would be us in this case, who would break down the different times and would also reserve time across the sports facilities for recreational use and rec leagues. That's certainly something that we could achieve. We're going to have to do that regardless of what project we cultivate. But we can't move forward with Burdett and a community center and do Daisy Lane and kill the sportsplex. We can, but y'all can. I can't support that. I don't think that is in the best long-term interest of the city at all. So what do y'all want to do? Councilmember Harris.
I'll go back to what I said before. With this proposal, we get both. We get the development of the Kensington property. We get the senior center moved up years in advance of what it would be in a great facility. And we get a visionary project for this community in the sportsplex. To do the Kensington development like we were talking about, it would take a bond. I mean, we were going to go to bond for that.
Yes.
We pull the bond off, but we're not losing the project.
Correct.
We're just changing how we're doing that project. That project is staying there. And we will bring back, what we want to do in the development of that, if we want to, build buildings or whatever. But in the meantime, we also, if the residents approve a bond for the sportsplex, then we are also getting a visionary project that will meet the needs of our citizens as well as be a major economic driver for businesses and for tax revenue, and essentially pay for itself. The other bond, same amount of bond, same amount of money, was not going to pay for itself in any way.
So you're prioritizing, and I don't want to attack you, Dr. Lorley. So we could still flip it the other way. We could bond out for the library, for Plan A, and the sportsplex partnership is still going to be there. then that, and we have, and it's not risky to the taxpayers.
What do you mean when you say still gonna be there? What does that mean?
It's still going to get developed, it's still going to get built.
An indoor sportsplex?
There's plenty of resources to get that built there. That's not going to walk away if we don't bond for it.
Can you give me an example?
It's
how an
it's
indoor
in a
sportsplex
TERS.
gets built
It's in a
without-
TERS. It
Okay.
gets developed. There's plenty of investors that will build in there. That partnership is not walking away if
Yeah.
we don't bond for it.
Yeah, it factually and absolutely
But what
is.
you will kill will be a community center, senior center, library,
You're not killing
and rec
that.
center.
That's,
There-
That is
we're
not being
asking you to
killed.
understand the nuance. There's a slight nuance in this proposal, but see how this proposal gets folks more of what they want than in any other scenario, because it'll get built. What you can replace with, it won't get built, and that will be that's the accurate. We won't do anything. We won't go to vote to the bond. We won't go to the voters for a sportsplex. It won't get built. Councilmember Parsley.
Is there any way that we can continue then with acquiring the Daisy property for the seniors to go to RFQ for the designs of Lake Kensington Park, and then go ahead and continue with Stantec to do the design of the outdoor sportsplex? Because I don't think we currently have our minds put together on an indoor facility, whether it's a library or an indoor sportsplex. I feel like we are all over the place, and I think we will play it safe, and then we continue the next year into maybe workshopping what will be the indoor facility that we need, whether it is an indoor sportsplex, sorry, or it's an indoor community center that has a sports component, business, I don't know, like business rooms, that it was what we initially wanted to do. I feel like we are very conflicted on the indoor facility, whether it's one or two, but things that we know that we want would be, the space for our seniors. We want to definitely design Lake Kensington, and because we already have gone to bond for the outdoor sports complex, I think we should allow Stantec to continue to design that section. And we are all over the place regarding the indoor facility. So I think we need to probably take a step back and get together to figure it out. What collectively we would like to do there.
Yeah.
So,
My answer is, for me, no. I'm not remotely interested in that proposal that gets everyone what they want. And yet, I think the majority of folks want to proceed with a sportsplex proposal. You're proposing to eliminate the sportsplex. So
No.
No, we're not.
We're not. We're just saying, like, let's continue with this Stantec for them to do the design of the outdoor facility.
but that's
And-
already
and
happened.
push the bond. You literally said push the bond.
I'm not getting the library that I want.
Right.
Right.
I'm not
You're
getting
being
any of it.
aggressive.
So
Uh-huh.
I'm just like, it's not that everybody gets what they want. There are things that are already identified that we can
That
do.
needs to be the thing in quote there, in quotes, is that we're not individually getting what we want.
No,
But
exactly,
this
we're
sportsplex
not.
proposal is years in the making and is substantiated heavily by data that is something that the community wants. And they have
understand.
spoken that they don't want to expand the library, and it wouldn't pass
And
on a
I
bond.
understand that, which is why I'm saying, because possibly the library is not the way to go. And if we need to maybe go to the voters and collect more information on do that community engagement, of like, if we were to have an indoor facility, what would be the needs for Kyle? What would you like to see there? That would be, in my opinion, a way to go, and then do the design of that indoor facility that Kyle needs. But right now, I feel like the seven of us, in one way or the other, have conflicts on how that facility would look like. But we do know that we want a Lake Kensington. I think that will be beneficial for everyone. We know that there is already funding identified for an outdoor sports complex. And because we know that we have been pushing around the seniors for so long, acquiring the Daisy property will be the way to go.
I'm going to weigh in on how I would like to move forward, but a comment first is, like, the quote we're totally conflicted about an indoor facility. I mean, we're totally conflicted about this entire process. And to say that, to follow up that quote by saying we should move forward with the totality of the Lake Kensington project, with it being a community center, without having defined what that actually is literally the same critique. You made that same critique about the Sportsplex. Yeah, we have a feasibility study that supports the reason why we would make an investment in that area, and we know it's something that the residents want more sports infrastructure. So everything you're saying right now is in conflict with one another, and I'm just like.
Can you explain how? I'm just saying that when I'm talking about the Lake Kensington, I mean acquiring,
Sure.
getting the property and making a park. It's an outdoor facility. It's an outdoor park.
Yeah.
Correct?
So why would we creep into nature with an indoor facility that has recreational components in an area that is not designed
Who is saying
for
that I want an
high-intensity
indoor?
usage?
Who is saying that? I didn't say that. I said that we need to take a step back because we don't know what the indoor facility would look like. I'm saying having the Lake Kensington property and design a park, an outdoor park, a trail. I'm not doing anything invasive. I'm not saying let's design a building.
So then why wouldn't we
Designing
change
the
the
park
Burdett
itself.
contract? Because
I'm not
none
in-
of you guys wanted to change the contract to remove a physical brick and mortar building from the Lake Kensington
Can you
property.
repeat? I don't understand what you're asking.
The three of you sitting to my left have advocated for not canceling the Burdett contract and moving forward. And the Burdett contract, as written, includes the design and feasibility for a brick and mortar building.
Okay, that's not what I was advocating right now. What I was saying right now is like, number one, we should design Lake Kensington, the park,
Okay.
not a facility,
Cool.
just the park. Number two, we should acquire the Daisy property
Good.
to
Yeah.
give to the seniors. And number three, continue with Stantec to do the design of the outdoor sportsplex.
Okay.
Those three things. I'm not talking about library or Burdett or anything else. I think those three things are things that I could be definitely in favor of right now that present less of a tax, increase, because to do the design of any indoor facility, whether it is a rec center or the indoor sportsplex, I don't think we're all on the same page. And if we want to go out to bond for that amount of money, it's something that we should all be in favor. I mean, we're not always going to agree, but we're going to present this to the voters because we believe in it.
But you're literally proposing that we don't do that.
I don't know, no, I don't even know what it would look like.
Right.
But that's why
And I don't
only
wanna talk
action
about the
today, though,
feasibility
is
study.
But the comment that we're all in disagreement is not accurate. A minority of this board is wanting to not go forward with the sportsplex. The majority of this board, from every discussion we've had for the last two plus hours, wants to proceed with the proposals that you have had said plus the sportsplex. The thing is, if the majority of us goes forward with this, the Burdett contract will get canceled, and we're going to be the ones putting all of it together. We're trying to get on the same page, but we're just not on the same page right now. So I don't know what you want us to do at this point.
I think from where I look at it, from the experience of like Lake Kyle, it's undeveloped. It's in a floodplain. Sure, it's beautiful. I don't want to see that happen at Lake Kensington. I need a much stronger financial guarantee. Something will be built at Lake Kensington, not just we're going to clear up some bushes, move some dirt around. We spent $25 million already in a floodplain to enhance a park that's already enhanced because it's a park. Now, that money has to be set aside somehow, earmarked, to build something.
I don't know what you're saying
where I'm
right
coming from.
now.
Indoor.
25 million?
I don't know
what the
you're
money
saying.
was. I don't know what the, yes, it does make sense.
The value we need to.
You're taking
residents right now.
you're taking the value out of that Burdett consulting plan.
Hang
trying
on.
to remove the
We need
indoor
to ask a
part.
question here. It's important. What is the value of Lake Kensington to the east side? a pad for a vertical building or the cultivation of a multi-million-dollar park where none currently exists? Which of those two is what we're doing for the east side?
It's both. If you want to run, if you want to exercise, walk a dog, get some shade, cool off, take a shower, drink some water, you have to have those things there at the park. You don't just tell people it's 100 degrees out here, go run around. Okay? Now, I'm very lucky that it's a shaded area. I give you that. It's shaded. There's going to be water there. It's standing water. You want people to canoe out there or kayak out there, they still have to have a facility there. So when are we going to put the money for the facility that it needs? Because what you want to do is bond out for the sportsplex, create it. That's fine. But then we're on the hook. Now we have no dollars left for Lake Kensington.
Can I pitch in real quick to that point? So I picture Lake Kensington as a smaller
That's where I'm
version
coming
of
from.
Silker Park, and I don't know if I'm wrong in there.
What I'm
Kind of,
proposing,
sort of.
this is what I'm proposing we do. We go forward and we buy 1,500 Daisy Lane, few $1 million. We add a few $1 million to the budget, and we build out a area that the seniors can use the way they're using the crude
Correct,
building,
okay.
except on a much, much more robust scale with adequate facilities. It also will serve as a space for the city of Kyle to use to host at various times when the seniors aren't using it.
Now-
That's number one.
Can you pause right there? Is
Okay.
there any way that we can all agree that that would be a good
No,
idea?
but hang on. But you can't do that. I know what you're trying to do. It's very clear what you're trying to do. But the best projects go forward when everyone is getting something that is motivating to them. So that's number one. It develops out the senior center facility or / community center, whatever you would call it. Number two is that we immediately green light roughly the size of Heroes Memorial Park and La Verde's budget combined on the east side as not a building or a parking lot or lighted courts and volleyballs and all that stuff. A multi-million, $15 to $20 million development project of Lake Kensington that turns it into from an unusable space into a world-class #1 park amenity in the city of Kyle project.
It doesn't have to be bonded.
It does not have to be bonded. We can move forward with that project right now that we have acquired the property. Number three is to hang on, when you say that, that's what distracts him, Bear. He was listening.
Is it? The
Why are y'all
poking-
personally
poking.
attacking me,
Yeah,
Mayor?
that's
No,
not
ev-
poking, that's.
You need to
that's-
rescind what you just said, Mayor.
Listen,
Oh, okay. Oh, well,
please.
why are you criticizing me?
Please, everybody
I was
listen.
listening, I was listening to you.
So this
Mayor
is.
made a comment this way.
So the current proposal, all right, the current Plan A, as we have presented it to the voters and publicly, Plan A is the Lake Kensington Park project, plus the senior center development, plus a rec center development, plus a library development. That's what Plan A is. Lake Kensington Park project, senior center park project, new library park project, and a rec center park project. We've solved the senior center. We've solved the park project, and then all that's left out of Plan A is a rec center and a library. And so what we're saying is we take those out and we cultivate a sportsplex project on the west side that does not require immediate funding other than to rescope the Stantec proposal so that they incorporate in their concept, not design, but in their concept plan over the next couple of months of a layout that would include the outdoor facility, which is what we're already paying them to do, and an indoor component. And we could take what Stantec is proposing, plus our facilities discussion, and present that to the voters and say, would you like us to proceed with the indoor or not? And if they say no, then we have our direction and our heading and can move forward with the outdoor component of the sportsplex and Lake Kensington and the senior center. But
Without bond.
without bond. So those projects don't get cannibalized. It's a proposal that gets everybody the majority of what they want. It does kill the library, but the library was the tag-along project that could not stand on its own, no matter what we did. If we propose a library on its own to the voters, it will fail. That's what all of the data says. Not only will it will fail badly. So I'm just, if we don't do this, then what do we do?
Okay.
So I'd like to just propose that we move forward with that plan, the one that's been outlined. And I understand that there may be those who are skeptical about whether a sportsplex is the best use. You can continue to raise those objections, but I'm willing to defend this action before the voters, which is what has been causing me the most amount of grief, if you want to know, is that I didn't feel like there was any way to defend and justify the financial question we were proposing to the voters, to take the last amount of bonding capacity, defease the debt, and increase our taxes for something that we could accomplish for one element for way cheaper, and the other elements the community would say that we shouldn't be pursuing at this time. But the community has said that they would like to have the question proposed to them for sports infrastructure. It's not about whether my kids play, but I think that a regional sportsplex is something that would be interesting to the voters. But I don't want to propose that without solving our commitments to the seniors, which we've all made, including me. I want to solve that commitment as well. And I think the cultivation and development of an East Side Park project sounds pretty fantastic. Something big that will make an impact. You know, on the west side, in Plum Creek, they have a big lake development project. It's right by where Miss Laura Lee lives. It's where I used to live. We'd walk out our front door and we'd go on a 1.5 mile long journey around lakes. Miss Daniela lives right there on that site. We can deliver, but it's all private.
Yeah.
So the rest of the community doesn't get to go to it, only those who live in Plum Creek. I'm not allowed there anymore because I don't live in Plum Creek anymore. But this project that we're talking about with Lake Kensington would provide that same level of local neighborhood relief to Kensington Trails, South Lake Ranch, and all of those neighborhoods in that area, as well as another major amenity for the whole community that would be public. Why can't we get behind this? I felt like we were there, a few weeks ago. So I'd like to propose moving forward with this plan. I think it's a good plan.
Okay, that does sound good. I think what the whole thing is, in a nutshell, everybody, is we want everything like right here, right now, in the funding and everything, and that may not be the case. And I think the smart thing to do as well, and logic thing to do, is also to include the city, to have the city also come up with a 3 to 4 year plan on these kind of deals itself. If it means that 2 years from now, the library comes back, it comes back. But I think we'll see where we're at as far as our economy. We'll see where we're at with our population. We'll see where we're at with our land usage and so forth. I think we're wanting all of this right now. We all each have our own little deals, right? What's very important to me at the Lake Kensington Park is because of the infrastructure. By building this out, we can actually now add streetlights that was very needed on that bridge, and then it can lead all the way up. So I'm looking at it as a whole, as not just the park itself, but everything that aligns itself on that end. If we decide to go ahead, and a majority of us to go with voting on a bond election for the indoor sports complex, again, who are we leaving it up to, us or them? Leave it up to them to decide. The taxpayers, they're going to be the final say on all of this.
Correct.
Okay, so if we pursue that and we present it out into my defense about, the numbers and all these reports, again, these were just questions that I know that I would get and be asked if we to go with that, and I wanted to have something solid. Number two, going with the 1,500 Daisy, that would basically help solve that issue for our seniors to get something up and running in real time, and we can go from there on that end. If it's a couple years from now, we decide to go with a full-size senior center, again, I'd like to be able to hire a senior director for the city. That can come in due time. I just think what we all want everything right here, right now. We just don't have the money for it. We have to look long-term, just like anything else. Where do you see yourself 5 years from now? I always say that about our city. Where do we see ourselves 5 years from now? I can remember Teresa, my wife, 2005, talking about a rec center when she was on that board. Of course, we're 2025 now. So I would go with those. I would go with the recommendation to where we get what we can in real time now with funding that we have. Going back to Burdett, again, that's why I asked you if they would be interested, if we take away the concept of the library rec center, if they are in the park design concept, if they could help us in that sense. But if we would have to eliminate this contract for that and maybe add them to see if they're interested in putting in an application, if we were to go with a park setting, we can still use some of their great designs and concepts. I'm all about being open, flexible in a sense, but also adapting to what all of us need to benefit, again, for our residents, but also being mindful of the taxpayer dollar.
I just know when the contract we gave for Burdett was a contract that was completely different. And what kicks off Lake Kensington is a new contract, in my mind, is a new contract for the design of park. And there are a lot of firms that are really, really good that I don't think even looked at this project because of the way that it was initially scoped. So what I want to do, and I don't know Burdett, I don't know who they are, they might be great. I think that because of the importance of this project, that it would be good to take one more look, get clear about what we're asking, which I think we will be clear after this action, what we're pursuing, and then allow for folks to bid to deliver on that vision. Burdett would be one of them, because we have to change their scope one way or the other.
Because we have those two properties, Vista Park, and we have the Lake Kensington area. It's, again, just finalizing what could actually be used on that land. We may come back, like I said, if we come back and it says that we may not be able to put a large facility there, or we can only put a clubhouse because of the piping, the water usage, or the drainage. We got to look at the whole concept of it.
But that's not a question. That question creates complications to what we need to be clear. And that's not the question. Really, the answer is we can put whatever we want to put there. I've always known that was the answer. We can put whatever we want to put there within, we got about 20 acres on one and 40 acres on the other.
But if in a couple years from now, we decide to go with another concept, if we were to go with designing a library or designing that, we can look at it at time then to see.
We could look
if
at it, we're not losing anything by redefining, but we are gaining so much clarity by taking them aside and only pursuing the things we know. Because the motion I want to make and the vote I want us to take is to do 1 through 8, okay? It's to follow this plan, and that requires us having some clarity about what our purpose is. And a community center on those 2 sites is not what we're pursuing according to this. Dr. Harris.
Burdett has already completed about 50% of their contract. And what they have done at this point, I believe, I haven't seen it all, but I believe what they have done at this point is very, very useful to what we're going, if we accept this, what we'll be going into for that project. Does not have to include the building, which is the next piece of their contract. They've done the evaluation of the land of both Vista and the Kensington property. And that is really going to be valuable, because we do still have both of those properties. We can still use both of those properties. And what they have done has been fully worth what we have contracted them for. And I understand that if we take that building out, since that would be the next phase of their contract, then we need to modify the contract. And I would approve going out for bid, although they will probably bid for that, and we interviewed them, and they really are very strong environmentally. So they may come back with a bid for that to continue that work, but I understand that change in the scope.
Well,
Those
the next
things
contract will
don't
be larger.
have to go to bond.
Correct.
If we are going to go to bond for a visionary project that will take 2 or 3 years to get built, I think we need to do it now, but it is up to us to convince the voters
Right.
that this makes sense. So we have a phenomenal city manager, a phenomenal bond committee, a phenomenal finance department here who can put all those questions together and answer them before November for our voters. But we have to decide now whether we want to go ahead and move forward on this visionary project that will be years in the making. The other,
Correct.
the east side's going to happen, the senior center's going to happen
Yeah.
without the bond.
I feel like if it was the opposite, y'all would be making the argument, the west side's getting everything they want now, but you're making the east side wait. That's
Yeah.
literally the argument you would make. Can we?
I don't understand why that's a laughable matter, Mayor.
Well, but you-
Well, let me
I
ask you a
apologize.
question. Let me ask you a question. Okay, so, and I want to make all council aware, mathematically, let's just look at math, okay? And I'm not pointing at you, Rizzo, I'm sorry, so I just looked that way, I looked that way. So I didn't mean to say you're that either. But, so, we really don't technically need to bond for the sportsplex to get it. We could have the Daisy Lane project, we already have Kensington. Those are already in our pocket. So it feels like the negotiation we're getting is, we're gonna get these now in real time, and here they are. But the truth is that we could have had them a year ago, we could have had them today, tomorrow, and we don't even have to bond to improve a community center, senior center, or Lake Kensington. We really don't. What we're bonding for is for a want, okay? We want an indoor sportsplex. But where I have my most reservations is the or other amount that's really concerning to me, because I could see that multiplied by 2. And then those hockey rinks, I cannot get behind an indoor sportsplex with hockey rinks. And I understand they could be an anchor tenant, but I just do not see myself supporting something that includes indoor hockey rinks or more bond money on a sportsplex that already had bond money in 2020. I just do not feel it's very fair, and that's where I am.
Can I ask a question to that point? So I am in favor of most of it. I still wouldn't be in favor of the indoor sports complex. However, if this were to go, if the direction would be for us to go ahead and ask Stantec to design it, can they bring several at least 2 proposals, one that includes the ice skating rinks and one that doesn't, just so we have at least an idea of what could potentially go there if we were not to have a partnership that brings ice skating rinks.
That's the plan. That's the plan.
Okay,
It's the idea for them to bring lots of different options.
okay.
Yeah, because, like, for me, honestly, I keep saying, hockey's not my thing, and it never has been, but, the only way I would move forward on a hockey thing is if we had the right contract in place with an organization, because I'm not gonna build something for someone that they get poor profit. We definitely need them to pay their share, and they need to have a contract that assures that even if they leave early, they have to buy it out, right? So that's if that we even look at that, because right now, for me, I'm not looking at any ice, you know what I mean? But I'm not gonna say completely no to something that could happen, but really, I'm looking at the kids in our area. I'm looking at what we're lacking in the city, and I don't look at it as a want, I see it as a need, because I'm out there. I see what these families have to do. From softball to basketball to volleyball to cheer, the amount of traveling they do, because there's nothing here regionally in Central Texas. You have to go to Round Rock, which is a decent facility. I'm not gonna lie, it's a nice one. San Antonio has not as nice of one, and but to bring something here to this area that would be a regional draw, but also be here for our kids. So that's one of the things I would get behind is if we did a building like this, I made sure we allocated time for our kids here, making sure that it doesn't become like I've got a membership in San Marcos, And there's so much pickleball going on now that my kid can't even get on the court over there for basketball. It's tough to find courts for our kids to learn on and relish on. So it's getting tougher, but for me, it's making sure that we're doing something. That's all I can think of.
No, so to that point, it's just like, since they're gonna be doing the design, for us to go to bond with this, it would be important for us to have different, options for them to present it, because if we are going to end up hiring somebody to operate these facilities, that if we don't, and I guess this will come in a couple of years, if this were to pass as a bond, I don't know. I guess we will talk about the contracts or the lease agreements that we do with these people.
Yeah,
But that
I
we have
think-
options with whatever goes in there instead of an ice skating rink.
So
Sure.
I think the proposal is, if you look at item 3 on here, is that we would engage Stantec to do the conceptual design for it, and then in late July, we can bring back a variety of options, working with Stantec of here's what it could look like, here's some size options, configurations, and then you could have more information to make a decision of perhaps what direction you want to go. It will not be a complete design. There's just simply not time to do that, and that would then be something after the project is approved, then you could have a number of other discussions about what are all the specifics of the facility and how big and what elements would be there. But they'll give you some options.
And we do
Certainly look
community
at.
input for that anyway.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
That's what's so tricky about this is like,
The
if you're
timing.
asking for permission to do something, there's some amount of homework you have to do just to ask the question.
Right.
But also there's, if you go too far before, then you get out ahead of the voters and you're doing work that you shouldn't be doing, because if they
Yeah.
say no, then you've wasted all this staff
Exactly.
time and resource.
Yeah.
So I'm
Exactly.
trying to get us to a point of asking the question with the right amount of information, having not gone too far, which I think if we have already gotten to the point of having agreements with operators, then we've potentially gone too far, which is where a lot of this discussion has been at, the level of, well, what about this operator or this operator? But I'm trying to get us to back up and say, all right, hang on, we've negotiated all of this to a point where now we can ask the voters, and let's go ask the voters whether or not they would like for us to pursue this project. I think that it's the most relevant question compared to a library question or a senior center question.
I don't want to hear the word library anymore.
Well, here's the
Not
thing,
throw up
to do a
library.
library requires
It's
us
just-
to ask the voters,
Because obviously that's going to be the direction that we're going to be headed to, sadly. But what I would like to see is are we going to try to get operator proposals in front of us before November? Or will this something that will be done?
No, I think it would be
After.
to ask the voters for whether or not they want this facility at the concepts that we bring forward in the next couple of months. And then, once that's done, we would have an opportunity to complete designs, have more public engagement about what all pieces would be included in there. And then there could be an operator question of whether that's the city operating it or some private partnership. That would be a time to do that.
Brian, could we also find out if it's going to be 100% public and free, so that our taxpayers
will
are
be
not
operated-
charged again
operation.
to use?
Agreements, right?
like just
Right.
If like
Free,
operate-
come out,
like
play.
a library, you're not charged in a library, you're not charged in a community. That's going to be a big point for me, that financially we do not burden people.
I think there'll be
That
a
need to use an indoor facility.
again, as we get past the next few months with the election, there'll be a lot of opportunities that you have to decide how you would want to do that. And you could have components where you could have no cost or a small fee, others that would be reserved for tournaments. There's lots of ways to do it, and you'd have multiple opportunities to look at that.
And Miguel, that's important to me as well, making sure that we're bringing an amenity to Kyle that our residents can use as well. And look, honestly, not everybody has the dollars to, put their kids in all these sports leagues and everything else. So making sure we have adequate time for all the kids in our community to take advantage of this is going to be really on my priority list, because I think it's important that everybody gets an opportunity and to develop in anything they want to develop in. So I'll
The
fully
last thing
support
I
you in
want to
that
see
one.
is we're charging
Yeah.
kids with
No, I agree with
physical
you.
abilities to use
Yeah.
a public.
Yeah.
That is 100%
I
where I'm
agree
gonna
with you
be. So
100%.
whenever we do this lease agreements, I would like to make sure that, because our
Well-
kids don't get charged to go to Mary Carl Hartson. And so I would like to make sure that if this facility,
It's
no
very
matter who
inclusive.
operates it, that the residents of Kyle are gonna have access to it. And again, this will be under lease agreements, but that there is always space for the residents to go and utilize facilities for free.
Yeah, it's important.
That's the only way I can get behind something like this, guys.
That's a-
And you have my support until we
that's a-
find out more details.
That's a great question that
It's-
you asked, because
it's-
I
We should be
feel
able
the
to
same
structure
way.
that.
Yeah, we all
Yeah.
feel that way.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm like, we know that that's the
I
point.
just had to really fight hard for what I believed in.
No, the problem is if you make it your support of the project contingent upon us being able to demonstrate in writing that is where we're going to be, we are 12 to 24 months away from the negotiation of exactly what that looks like, if everything goes according to plan. That is not what we're trying to negotiate right now. That's what you would call a priority, that we would take a 7-0 vote, that we all have the priority of making sure that the facility has incredible value to the locals and conveys that. So we use the private side to help bring the value.
I understand,
frankly.
but what we're doing in here is like, I know he wants a library as much as I want. I can go to a library for free because, and again, this is not for me to sound like I'm not getting what I want, but I would like to be able to, if we're not going in that direction, I want to go and sit down in that facility and not be in charge for it, just like I would do in the library. And I know that those conversations are not going to happen right now because we don't have those agreements right now. But I need to be able to share my piece because it's not the direction that I really wanted to go to begin with.
I understand.
Yeah, and that's something we're going to do as a council. All of us will make sure that we are doing what's best for the public when we're making those agreements, making sure that the kids, all kids have an opportunity to use the facility is going to be really, really important on my priority list as well.
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah.
that's something we're going to determine as a council. That's all of us.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
And I understand your passion, Ms. Parsley. You have a very, very wonderful story and journey because of your background and, you've mentioned it many times before, coming to our country and not learning English and using facilities like a library and books and things like that to get you to where you are right now, including your profession as an educator, which is a very honorable position and a very honorable career. I know this means a lot to you, and I hear you, and I respect you for that. I think it's just a matter of us needing to, in the end, as a council, not only looking what's best for the residents, but we all have our passions. And it's just a matter of we have to compromise, and it's hard. It's really, really hard because I know Dr. Harris is very, very involved in the environment, and she's very concerned for the city of that. I know the rest of us are really looking at our economic prosper because we are in a very, very good position. I'm, as you know, into public safety because of my career path, and that's why I'm really emphasizing infrastructure such as street lights and so forth like that for pedestrians, for safety. We all have our passions, we all have our drives, but it all just comes down to all of us learning how to compromise in a way, and we may not get everything we want right now. And that's kind of why I made the comment, even if it takes 3 years from now, if we have to get a community center or another council, because you never know if I'm on council or not in the next couple of years, we've got to pass that torch on, but we've got to just be very realistic of where we're at with our money and our tax dollars, and we are with our developments. Of course, we have issues with water. We've had issues with power outages. And so there's a whole concept of all this, and it's just a matter of us coming together on this. So if we go with the proposal that Mayor Mitchell does, is requesting, if we decide to go with the bond proposal for the indoor complex sports center, again, we can propose it, we can get the numbers, but it's going to come down to the voters in the very end.
And so that kind of is the trade in a nutshell. So it's, if you think in terms of what we individually want, the thing that, we really want, the sportsplex has to go to the voters, library has to go to the voters. But this proposal, which means that those things have risk, this proposal takes the risk out of the park, and it takes the risk out of the senior center, which are also commitments of all of ours. I think we all want to see those projects come forward. So to your question of like, can we separate it? Really, we are separating it, whether we want to or not. Like those things are going to move forward, and the other thing still, whatever it is, still has some risk associated with it. And I think that's okay. I'm willing to do that, but I just want us to be clear with the voters and have our actions follow what we're pursuing in earnest, which is what requires, at this point, I think, using the verdict contract and, in terms of what they've created now, but stopping them from the community center proposal and then reorient it and coming up with a full design for Lake Kensington. I think that's a good pursuit, at least.
Not saying we can't get there, just all in time.
All right, I'm going to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to direct the city manager to pursue potential next steps, items 1 through 8, as outlined in the community spaces, pages number 11, and to authorize the city manager to negotiate for the purchase of the property located at 1500 Daisy Lane for a fair and reasonable price, and to execute all documents necessary to complete such purchase.
Nay.
Oh, no, we're not voting yet, right?
All right,
No,
motion was
we're not
made by the
voting.
mayor, seconded by Councilmember Heiser. Is there discussion on the motion?
Can we continue with the verdict consulting contract until, just to see what they will be bringing up, at least to see the scope that they have had already?
I don't think we should do that. Everything that's left in their scope of work is in conflict with what we're trying to pursue. Their scope of work is to
Then-
work on concepts for a library rec center / senior
Then I would like
center.
to be able to see what they have already accomplished.
Yeah.
We can certainly bring
Yeah.
that to you and perhaps have them give a report, here's everything they've done, but the mayor is correct. They would be at, the other components of their scope are to do public engagement and to put together renderings and concepts for a community center on sites.
Then-
But all the
okay.
work that's been done, I do agree with the comments that have been made. It's of value. We could have them come forward, present that to you. and
What
then
they have
find
done
an
already.
appropriate place in that work to stop, and then to reengage on another project. And as we've said, they could be the winning proposal for that, but we'll go through a formal RFQ process. That really, it was not a design contract, it was just feasibility project. That's really what they were being asked to do.
Okay, so I would like to have that presented to us, what they have done so far.
I will certainly get that scheduled.
Thank you.
Also like to make a motion to use a different realtor for the Daisy project. I think that we have to diversify that.
I think that's a different issue.
It's under here, it's under the steps. Initiate, acquire property, right?
Yes, I mean,
That's one of the steps that you need,
to
right?
acquire the property. Chris Torrey is a Realtor that we have engaged in the past, and Amy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in the last contract that we approved, this was a project that was potentially included.
Yes.
So if the council wants to go in a different direction on that, we'd need direction, but right now, he is the Realtor that we would be using for that particular engagement.
He's already done, as part of his contract, a great
His-
deal of the work on that.
His existing contract lists 1500 Daisy Lane as one of the properties he's looking at.
It was amongst a number of park properties that we were looking at the time.
I remember taking a vote for only the downtown properties and the parks, and that was some agreement.
I think the
This is
park
parks.
property was one of those that was identified, but it's certainly subject to change if the council wants to do something different.
I would like to see us have more variety in realtor selections.
So
I think that is fair for
I
our
think
city.
we've agreed on that already.
We already have agreed on that. This is just one that
Was
was
already
showed
in
a year
play.
ago and was showed last week. So it wasn't me that did that. That was the council as a group.
In the future, one of the things that we talked about was moving in and giving more realtors an opportunity. So that's something that I think as a city,
Yeah.
Brian, because I don't want council involved with this. Brian, let's make sure that we're moving forward, giving everybody an equal playing field, and, but this is for projects that are not under contract right now. But in the future, let's definitely look at, as a city, what we can do to diversify that process with realtors. It's going to be important. I mean, we're doing it with a lot of our other, entities we work with. And I think there was the contract that we did where we added, Michael, you added another firm to, what was it, our scope of, what do you call it, infrastructure? So when we're hiring companies for that, yeah, we're, what do you call it, we added another firm, the rotation to be bigger and broader. So if we could do this as well for our realtors, I think it would show a lot of transparency, and it'd show that, we're, as a city, giving everybody an opportunity.
But we've gone through multiple, Mr. Rizzo, and we haven't given other people opportunities.
Yeah.
I think we can use a lawyer on this one. A lawyer can sign a contract for real estate.
All right.
I just want to be
It's
fair and honest.
There's a motion on the table. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
No.
Aye.
And nay.
All right, all opposed. All right, motion carries 6-1. Is that how I read that?
Yep.
All right. Next up, agenda item number 2, receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff direction regarding options for property tax rate considerations, including the potential defeasance of outstanding bond debt for the upcoming fiscal year 24-25.
So Mayor Pro Tem, council members, for the record, I'm Pervez Mohi, City's Director of Finance. Staff has requested the city's financial advisor, Mr. Mark McCliney with Samco Capital, to make a presentation to council to discuss the possibilities of various options that would utilize debt defeasance as a financial strategy to do at least 3 things: manage the city's property tax rates in 2025 and beyond, save interest costs on existing debt, and to make additional debt capacity available for financing new capital projects. So with that as an intro to this agenda item, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mark McCliney to proceed with his presentation.
Thank you all. It's always good to be with you. About 11 months ago, we had some discussions about this same item last year. I know we've got a couple new faces on council that may not have been gone through this in detail like we did last year. What defeasance is paying off bonds or paying off debt early prior to the actual maturity date. In our world, there's two ways of doing that. There's using cash to do it. That cash is derived from the INS tax rate. The other avenue is to do a bond refunding when interest rates come lower. In this instance, we're just talking about setting an INS tax rate to generate income that would be used to pay off future maturities today. Very similar to being at your home and perhaps making an extra an extra mortgage payment a year to shorten the back end of that loan or that mortgage. In order to do that, City Council, your existing debt has a set bond maturity schedule. And in order to do a defeasance, City Council would have to authorize a resolution taking future maturities and making them next year's obligations. And that's the step to do it if that's the direction you want to go. The reason, Pervez already touched on this, why would we consider a cash defeasance of existing debt? First, in a fast-growing city, when valuation continues to increase, and we've gotten preliminary values from the CAD this year from Hayes County Appraisal District that shows us about 14% higher than we were last year. What happens with your tax rate with that is it's driven down perhaps up to about 4 or 5 cents this upcoming year if you proceed. when you have a future bond project, and we're not talking about the one that you're considering calling, but you have $250 million worth of bonds for streets and $7 million for parks that you will be issuing over the next few years that will drive your tax rate up. When the election, yeah,
These are currently bonded.
currently approved bond issue, yes. Unissued,
Yeah.
voted and unissued. When we had that election, we as city council, or you all as city council, we as advisors thought the tax rate would take it 59 cents. And that's what we went to the voters. Because of the growth that you've had, it's not at 59 cents, and it doesn't look like it will go there. But we've also delayed, not necessarily for any other reason, we're just working on the engineering. We thought we would have had a second bond issue this past year for the street project. Right now, the current tax rate is 46.93. That looks like it would be going down to about 42, 41, based off the growth. When you pay off old debt, you're building future capacity, just like you would at home, and then it's also cutting off the interest associated with that debt. Instead of carrying debt for the next 20 years, you're paying it off now and don't have interest associated with that. So when the council, if the council decides to move forward, we would set a tax rate, we would call the bonds, we would set a tax rate associated with what you all are targeting and move forward with that through that resolution. Cost to do this would be roughly $15,000 to $20,000 to do, perhaps as low as 10. Depending on how much you pay off, there's some real savings that you're cutting off that we won't be using and paying going further. We've looked at a couple of different amounts, and this is where we're looking to visit with you all, of defeasing not less than $3,585,000 worth of bonds from the GO 13, the GO refunding bond 13, and the GO refunding bond 2014. The final amount will be determined by what you all as city decide how much or where you want your tax rate to be next year. If you all proceed, you're going to set your tax rate a bit higher than you would if you don't do a defeasance. And so what happens the following year? One, the tax rate will drop further unless you replace it with existing bonds or new bonds, voted bonds. And next year, we're anticipating about $32 million worth of bonds that would replace the drop. So here's the impact that it looks like right now. Based off of your current preliminary values, your next year's tax rate looks to be, and we won't know this until late July, but it looks to be 41.67. Current year, the current year you have, it's 46.93. So based upon the preliminary values, it looks like it would go to 41.67 without defeasing bonds, without issuing new bonds. Your tax rate's made up of two components, one for maintenance and operation, one for INS. As you grow with taxable value, the M&O gets pushed down, and then Senate Bill 2 allows you to get 3.5% from last year. That's what you're allowed from Senate Bill 2. With 15%, nearly 15% growth, your M&O is likely to drop about a penny, if not more, and that does include you're getting the 3.5%. But notice what happens to the INS tax rate. It's going to drop approximately 5 cents.
And that is infrastructure and
The INS just covers your debt, which is all debt that's outstanding.
debt.
Mhm. All debt that's supported by taxes. You have utility system debt. We're not talking about that.
So in a nutshell, our debt rate is going to go down because we're not issuing the debt this year. We're going to issue it next year, which means it has to go up. And if we don't hold it steady, it will have to go up by a greater amount. So the request is, it's financially better for the city to go ahead and pay down some extra debt now and hold the rate steady. And if we don't do that, then we're going to be faced with an even harder question next year. So the proposal to the council is, would you like to hold the rate steady? We can either allow it to drop some, we can hold it steady, or we can actually go ahead and increase it. We can either do 41 cents, 46 cents, or 52. 41 drops, 46 holds the same, 50 goes back to last year's rate, and 52 would actually increase it a little closer. And is there anything you want to add? Obviously, the more you increase the rate now, the more you pay off, the more capacity we generate for future projects. But I think everything that we're trying to accomplish, can still, there you go, $59.99. That's where we ultimately get, up to a 36-cent INS rate. Does anybody have a particular thought on whether or not, what kind of strategy you think that we should pursue? I've been on the record, and last year we were kind of in the middle about holding the rate steady. I think we should at least consider doing that. Councilmember Harris.
That $59.99 has already been approved by the voters,
Yes.
so, yeah, we're staying within that voter approved.
Yeah, far within that. I think just holding it steady is at a minimum a very financially smart thing to do, but an argument can be made for trying to get it, actually bumping it up a little bit to pay off even more debt, because we know how much we're pursuing and saving. But
That would have to go to an election if we could go like 0.6, right?
if we went to 0.6, I don't think we would even be, well, we could, right.
We're not gonna go there,
But we made a commitment to stay below that, and I would like for us to honor that. I think we will honor that no matter what, including even if we take a proposition to the voters in November for a sportsplex, I think we'll still be able to stay within that rate. So we are going to hit that. Just think we should consider holding it. And legally, it just requires a 4-3 ordinance vote. The debt gets issued, the INS rate is adjusted. And when we consider our budget and tax rate here in just a few months, it'll just be baked in. So that's the question.
kind of like, we want to pay off our debt more, we would have to raise it, or we want to stay steady, we're paying on right now.
The argument against doing it this way is that you are taxing people this year for debt you're going to spend next year. And so is that appropriate or is it not? I generally have felt for a long time that holding the rate as close to steady is just generally the better way to go about doing government. Because it's an artificial, in my opinion, it's an artificial reduction of our tax rate. It sounds good to lower it 4 or 5 cents, but when you know that you have a bill that you've already committed to pay that's due next year, and you lower your rate this year, it's a debate as far as what is the most transparent and wise thing.
I think that's the exact point, is it manages just the volatility of the rate. And every year you'll have an independent decision. You have another look, you get a little closer to what's the bonds, the timing of when the bonds will be issued. We come back, we have that other discussion and see where you are. But it's really that volatility of the rate and trying to make sure that you don't go so far down just because you haven't issued the bonds yet, that then you have to have a dramatic change on someone's household or a business and the cost of that all at one time. And it does have the added benefit of reducing interest expense and building some capacity.
Well, and if we hold it steady, then at least we, in a year, coming back to this issue, will know a little bit more about the
Right.
impact of the development in our community and what revenues we're bringing in.
Right.
And there's a guarantee that these dollars, that if we stay steady, those dollars are going to pay back the debt. We're not using those anywhere else.
That's correct, sir. So it would be an ordinance that you would bring to defease a certain amount of bonds, whatever option that you choose, and then those are required by law then to go into the tax rate for the debt service. It wouldn't be used for any other city program.
So I personally am okay with option 2 or 3. I don't want 1 or 4. Does anybody have thoughts about which of those two they would prefer? Is everybody just generally wanting to stick with option 2?
I'd like to stick with option 2.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to proceed with option 2. All right, motion to proceed with option 2. All right, motion by Mayor, second by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 6-0.
Just one real quick, is there a way we can get council analysis on where we are bond-wise and what we are maybe even projecting later? Because that would really determine on how high of a bond we're going to call. So making sure we get that information, what bonds we have issued, what's coming up, and making sure that when we go, if we decide to go to bond for a sports facility, we have numbers in front of us so we can see what the economic impact's going to be on the taxpayer.
Yes, sir. We'll be glad to bring that forward. When we bring the defeasance ordinance, we can present all that information together, so you'll see that not only the defeasance, but kind of the plan for debt going forward. So we'll be glad to do that.
All right. All right, next up is agenda item.
Did we take a vote now? Okay.
Yep.
I'm zoning out, sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. All right, we're moving now, though. Let's see.
Seeing numbers.
All right, next up, agenda item number 3, receive report, hold discussion, provide staff direction on Parks Rec CIP 5-year program. Mr. Elzon.
Morning, Mayor and Council. We have a high-level overview of the Parks and Recreation budget this morning and the 5-year capital improvement plan breakout, mainly focusing on the first 1 to 3 years based on some of the conversation we'll get into. The Parks and Recreation is broken up into 2 major sections. In this org chart, you have parks maintenance and beautification, which takes care of our corridors, right-of-way, gateways, and then, of course, parks maintenance, which takes care of our parks. I just wanted to show a couple of things. We've recently begun to restructure both of those sections to focus more on specifically our parks maintenance standards and our corridor right-of-way gateway standards. We're taking the first few steps. This is based on some very specific language in our strategic plan that is to have unparalleled gateways, parks maintenance, and beautification throughout the city. And so we're starting to do a restructure within the department to really focus on those things as we move forward. On the other side is our recreation division, and some of the focuses we have on this division is they work with all of our program and event management, and we're looking at performance metrics and satisfaction ratings on a lot of the events that they're doing. This group does a great job on focusing on events and programming for our community. There's a lot of synergy with this presentation today with the conversations that were happening on item number 1. And you'll see that as we go forward, but I want to commend them. They do a really great job of running a tremendous amount of events and providing great customer service, not only within the city, but to our citizens, and working with community groups on a lot of the events we do. Some of the stuff that we want to focus on from this group for this upcoming year is to look at those events and make sure that they are as impactful as possible. So we do a lot of events throughout the year, but we want to start looking at a needs assessment of our events, and if we have any gaps that we're missing, if we have any events that we're spending a lot of time on that don't give us a tremendous amount of value, we really want to start focusing on the greatest value of these events for the community and making sure that we are being inclusive to everyone in the entire community. This slide is really the crux of the entire presentation, so I'll go through it a little bit slower and then quicker through the rest. But from the administration side, we're looking at a brand new director. Councilmember Tobias mentioned this earlier, that the interviews for that director are happening next week. We're very excited about it. One of the big tasks for that director is to really take a holistic view. We're going to update our Parks Master Plan. Our Parks Master Plan hasn't been updated in 8 years. We're going to update our Parks Master Plan in a comprehensive way. One of the big tasks for that director is to take a step back and look at our park system as a whole. So rather than each individual park and amenities that are in them, to take a look at all of our trails, all of our parks, all of our open spaces, all of our fields, all of our play, our programming, our events. This will be all built into the master plan, and how they all connect. And also needs assessments and community input will be a huge part of that process, just like any master plan. And that will set the stage for looking at everything we're doing from a parks perspective, so that when we are including CIP projects and amenities and all the things for our community, we know exactly where the gaps are within our entire system, our entire park system. So nobody is left out, and if we have amenities that we're bringing forward based on community input, council input, we know exactly the right place to put them And then when we put them somewhere where we're fulfilling a need that we know we have, we are putting something that's premier and high level. One of the verbiage in
Hey,
our
Jesse,
strategic.
in that, as you're looking at where things need to go, is there consideration for demand? Like, for example, if we're gonna do a splash pad or a skate park, is the master plan gonna try to figure out what the actual demand is and maybe what the long-term demand is? And the reason I'm asking is, I think the lesson we've kind of learned with these splash pads is don't build something that is maybe considering current demand, build something that's considering future
That's
demand.
it.
Is that going to be a part of your analysis?
Absolutely.
So that when we put these assets into these parks, they're right-sized for the demand that's coming their way, plus future demand.
Plus future, that's absolutely part of the study. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to let you finish, but sure. As we just now took a vote for a sports complex, is there somebody from Parks here? Because I'd like to really see where we are at with our summer camps, the demand for that. Because if we're talking about bringing a proposal for something like, could we be able to utilize that?
We can get some specific data on that, but there is a portion in here when we get to
Okay.
the budget about our summer camps and our league play that is very much in line with what you're
Yeah,
asking.
I've been hearing about, finally getting a City of Kyle basketball league going, baseball team going, just like San Marcos did. Aquatics I see here, there. But also the big thing is the summer camps itself. How well are we doing with that to where we can look long-term, like what you're saying, long-term, what the needs are for the future?
Let me hit that and we'll circle back and
Sure, no problem.
and dig into it a little bit more. Go ahead.
Then also, when we're doing these studies, make sure they are ADA compliant, making sure very inclusive. Something that's gonna be real important to me is making sure that we take everything in accountability, shading, seating, everything that, usability is important, right? Making sure that people in a wheelchair or with special needs can get to the facility that we're building, right? Being able to use all the amenities there is something that I think we, as a city, need to make sure we're cognizant about, that we're continuing to be very inclusive to everyone when it comes to special needs.
Just a quick comment on that, Councilmember Rizzo, having been on Parks and Rec for 2 years, that is absolutely a priority. Everything that Parks has done in the last 3-4 years has been with ADA compliance in mind. In fact, ADA compliance delayed the community garden by several months because that was so important to us.
I'm looking at a splash pad that I'm questioning if it's ADA compliant.
Excellent point. Thank you, Councilmember Harris. And that is something that will be built in as well as looked at on everything that we touch. This is not, by the way, I just want to make this point. This is something that we've heard from this city council, that as we go forward with these projects, they need to be premier, they need to be high level, they need to be inclusive, and all of this needs to be part of a master plan that's all connected so that we're not piecemealing certain things all over the city and that we are fulfilling a need, but also putting Kyle's identity and stamp on it. And that's another part of it. One of our strategic plan items is to establish award-winning parks with identity, and I think that in some cases, the city has done that in a tremendous way. That we have award-winning parks that have a unique identity. In other cases, which we'll talk about in just a little bit, I think we have not done that. And there are parks that we have that need an identity, they need resources and funds to bring them up to that premier level. And it's very exciting to see that as we're going forward, that's the direction we're going in for all of our current parks. And then to hear things like Lake Kensington, which would be an incredible premier park, to add to that repertoire. But it's not unlike the conversation we had about the landscaping and connectivity of our roundabouts, where each one does need to be unique and high level, but also have a connection of they're all part of Kyle, and you're in Kyle when you're in these parks and when you're in these green spaces and trails and open spaces. So that's the idea from that's one of the first charges for the new director that's coming in.
What's the status of the master plan? Where is it?
We have a fully written scope of what we want for the master plan, and we are
When was the last time that we did master planning on the parks? Do we have a current?
8 years ago. 8 years ago.
It was
8 years ago.
2016?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was the updated, was the last parks master plan?
Yes, correct.
I think, what Jesse and I have talked about is looking at the Stantec proposal, and we weren't sure where the council was going to land on that, but now doing that, engaging them for the indoor and outdoor sportsplex is, since they're going to be doing tremendous amount of engagement through that process, is to have them help us update the master plan based on that information that they're going to gather. And we think we could do that very cost effectively with them to do that process, and also incorporate a lot of the things that we're trying to do. So it all flows together. And I think that's the piece that we've been really missing, is to make sure that these identities that Jesse talked about are there, and we understand where assets are placed and why. So that would be the proposal for you.
So you may remember when we were looking at our community master plan, our comprehensive plan, one of my questions was, why isn't there a parks master plan overlay? And that there should be a master plan overlay to our comprehensive plan, and it should be coordinated with that master plan.
I can get behind that, for sure.
That's the goal. But it's going to take us a little bit of time to get that put together. It'll be
Sure.
a
It's worth
collaborative
it.
process, but once we have it, then it's off to the races to get those projects done.
Okay, so the recreation piece of that is that in the strategic plan, we're looking at signature entertainment events and regional draws from an entertainment standpoint, and then also driving the strategic focus of driving vibrant and fun destination. We have large elements of this, and we'll talk about it in just a little bit, but the main thing I want to point out here is collaborating with, we were very lucky in Kyle to have strong, fantastic community partners that want to collaborate on a lot of different things. And so starting to put some of those collaborations together in a strategic way, and then really using from the open data and the performance metrics that we're putting together, really using the data that we have for needs and also for satisfaction ratings to know what we're doing and how impactful it actually is in our community. If we're spending a lot of resources as a staff on events that are not paying off from a satisfaction level or for meeting a need, or we're meeting the need multiple times throughout the year, to boil those down to really have an impact on everything that we're doing. And then from the beautification and parks maintenance side, this is a big one for us, to establish unparalleled standards and schedules for our beautification and parks. And when we say that, we mean it unparalleled. And what that means is that we're going to completely revamp the way that we're looking at this with real-time public mapping, schedules on how we're mowing, how it's all connected, what the cycles that we're mowing at, so that all of these different areas that we touch are premier. They're premier in our corridors, in our right-of-ways, in our gateways, and parks.
You need to add metrics to that. Mowing is only one element to taking care of grass. There needs to be aeration, there needs to be fertilizing and weed treatment to make sure that you're taking care, so that it becomes strong and healthy. You need to treat for various insects and diseases. You need to roll. You need to do a lot of things. So is all of that going to be in there?
It is, Mayor, 100% heard. We're putting together a beautification and parks maintenance master plan as well, that not only outlines everything that you're saying, but also looks at the entire city. You know, we maintain a tremendous amount of acreage, and it looks at everything we're maintaining and where we get the biggest benefit of maintaining certain areas that are highly, highly visible in a very consistent way, and then other areas that aren't so visible, and what's the best use of our resources to make sure that we have exactly what you're talking about. That's the goal, and that's also something we're bringing forward at the same time that we're updating the Parks Master Plan.
And an accountability measure so that we can know that this is the level, this is the outcome for each individual site. Like if it's the interior ring at Heroes Memorial Park, or a lawn that's designed, like that there's a particular standard that, because we all have it, but we can't hold anyone accountable because staff won't identify that as a standard for themselves. So what we want to do is provide that standard and be able to vote so that we can hold everyone accountable to what we're trying to achieve. Then the direction will go that way.
Understood. And all of those plans and the breakdown of them will all come through council, so you all will see it and weigh in on it.
When's the timeline for that?
Probably towards the end of this year, if we can move forward with Stantec and bring those forward with you guys. The conversations we'd have with them is that public engagement will be first and very high level, and then they start putting plans together so probably by the end of the year, early next year.
So maintenance, everything. I mean, you're looking at, keeping things beautified, painted, make sure that the facilities that people use are in top shape, rotations on there for, on the weekends for cleaning up, things like that. Because I know one of the things that I've always gotten from residents, man, we got into these bathrooms, they were horrible, right? So it's something that we want to make sure that we have a rotation for everything, making sure everything looks like we care, right?
And to the mayor's point, when you have them scheduled and when you have it all mapped out, there's accountability on, it didn't get done, right? Why didn't it get done? What do we need to make sure it gets done? There's the performance metrics and data that drives on the back end can help outline exactly what we need to make sure that we're getting it done.
So let's just go ahead and say it like that. That is our expectation. This council, whether it's written down in a report with accountability or not, you're going to be graded based on the quality of the maintenance in our existing parks. And it's
Mayor.
exciting, hang on, it's exciting to see a CIP project that has 25 million over 5 parks, but we've spent millions on park redevelopment and new park infrastructure only to see the level go immediately down of maintenance so that we never actually delivered the quality that we intended to, because as soon as it was handed over to the city of Kyle, whether we had private contracts, plus park or all private, didn't matter across the board, the maintenance and the level of maintenance went down. So what we delivered to the residents was lower. And so I want to say, like, I would like for the staff to demonstrate that they're not going to allow that for that level of, this is what Kyle thinks about its parks. That's what I see it. It's like a chip on my shoulder that we do not maintain our parks better.
Well, I'd say it's a chip on our shoulder too, and we know we're not performing at the level that we need to, and that's going to change. We're committed to making that process happen. It does take a little bit to put in the right resources and the personnel and the metrics and all those standards that we want to do. Clearly, we know that, a couple of the premier parks that we have in Heroes Memorial and La Verde, there are some issues with the turf and some of the landscaping, and we're going to talk to you about a couple of options for that today, and then we want to move forward. So I think the council and the staff are in alignment. That's what we want as well, and we're committed to doing that and setting those metrics and then coming back and reporting and how well did we do them. And knowing if we're falling short, well, what do we need to do better? Is it more staff? Is it better contracts? Is it better knowledge about how to treat that? Those are all things that we're going to be looking at holistically, because it's not okay in our minds.
I was just saying, and that's important. We've talked a lot about accountability, but it's also holding ourselves as a council accountable. Did we invest in those people that are professionals to do turf maintenance and everything else? I mean, it's not just staff. It was actions of the past. I mean, were we just hiring someone to mow the grass, or were we hiring someone that was going to maintain? I mean, that's something to always keep in mind moving forward. Are you putting the right people in the right place to make sure that, you have the level of expertise you need? You can't hire someone that, just cuts grass to come and be an expert on lawn maintenance, right? So making sure that we're investing in the right people is important.
I just want to jump in too. Yeah, not just focus on the most visible parks, the ones that you see as you drive by, right? Heroes, Mary Kyle, Harts, and La Verde, but also the ones not seen, Lake Kyle, Steeplechase. There's a lot of litter. I know that it comes through the wastewater, but so I was kind of referring to the trash, that we keep those up and as green as possible.
Yes, sir. So we definitely want to reinvest in all of the parks, and then
Each park needs a master plan.
And when we
So I
when we
think this is a
its own
step in the
maintenance
right
plan.
direction. This is a very good step, but it's just seeing how do we challenge that and see the metrics.
Yeah, it can't just be nice words on a page.
Right.
We've got to walk the walk kind of thing, and we're committed to doing that. But for each of our parks, to the mayor's point, it's somewhat of a master plan for each park and standards, and that we have a development plan for the existing parks. We have not infused cash in some of these parks in a long time, or any a meaningful way, and it wasn't done perhaps as strategically as it needs to. So that's what we're trying to bring
And
together
this is not for me,
and to walk
not
through
a
you
knock
guys.
on anybody. I think we've got tremendous
Yep.
Parks and Rec staff, every Public Works. It's just, it can get overwhelming with,
There's
with the
tremendous.
use. The wear and tear is just, the heat is not doing us any favors.
We have some
So-
tremendous properties that have enormous opportunities and possibilities. And, you know, as an example, we were looking at, we opened the splash pads, a few of you were there for those. And as you looked at those, tremendous engagement from the community in those parks. It was incredible how many people came out for that. But you're on a caliche parking lot, in a parking lot. We wouldn't allow a private developer to do that on a private development. But we've done that in our own park, and it hasn't been invested in. So we're going to change that. And it does take some time to change the course here a little bit. But that's really what we're talking about. But you look at those vistas of the parks, they're amazing. So we want to take advantage of those. We really do have great spaces.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, some of the things that we want to do but have not really been doing is making sure that we are environmentally sensitive in everything we do, that we are using the right plantings, the native plantings. If we're going to grass, that we use the right grass. It's not Bermuda, it's not St. Augustine, it's the grasses that will handle the heat. Because there are going to be some areas that just really need to be grass. And that we are conscientious about our plantings, that they are all native plants, and that we are conscientious about how we maintain, like the verges of our parks that are in native plantings, the verges of our streets that could well be native plantings instead of being mowed, once a month for grass.
What is verges?
The edges.
The edges.
Like between the sidewalk and the street.
Verges? Verges.
It's between the sidewalk and the street, those edges that lend themselves well to more trees, to native plantings, to wildflower plantings. But that has to be managed appropriately. It saves the city tons of money because you don't mow as often. You have shade. There's just lots of benefits.
These are the lessons from Scottsdale.
Yeah,
Scottsdale
well,
is,
yeah.
is fantastic at planting the right things
Exactly.
within the environment.
And we need to get better at that.
Yes, we do.
Plus lighting, we break our own lighting ordinances consistently in our parks.
When can we officially ribbon cut and show Lake Kensington, which is going to be a treasure of wilderness and lake to the community?
Wow.
I mean, I think a lot of people don't know what we have yet.
24 to 36 months.
That is too long.
That's the
No, that's a
fastest
big
possible
part.
time.
We're going to wait 2
That's
years.
lightning speed.
We're going to wait 2 years before we can.
Well,
No,
I've got a
it'll be worked
chainsaw. If
on.
you want to get a chainsaw, we can go out and get started now. But
There's
it takes a long time to
I got a skid steer.
projects.
We can involve the Trails Committee.
There's the
Yeah.
fast
Yes.
way, and then there's the right way sometimes.
Yeah.
This one, we need to take, now that we've got it funded and greenlit, we should take a pause and make sure that we're squeezing the most out of it. Because
Yep.
if we rush, we've got recent examples of just sort of rushing through and thinking something was going to be one thing and then not ensuring that it is that way. So it's really, the answer to that question is, as fast as we want to take it, but we might not ought to go too fast.
So Councilmember Zuniga, one thing I would suggest is once we bring forward the RFQ, we select a firm to start the design process, and that may take a few months. It will take a few months to go through that process. Whenever we get to a point of some kind of public engagement or visioning out there, we can do some cleanup in that area so that if people want to come out for those types of activities, they have a safe place to do that. It's overgrown, there's got giant thorns, there's some snakes and wildlife and all those kinds of things out there that we need to kind of get you a place where that could be done. But I don't have a chainsaw, but we do have people who do, and
Parks
we
does.
could try to get some of those things kind of set up for you. So I think there's the full piece of that where you have an engagement of the site. It is 2 to 3 years out, but there's some other things that we could do perhaps on the interim basis to get a safe way for people to go out and see some of that area.
Well, so the thought of like what you're saying about wanting to see results, that's the lesson with master plans that I've learned is that oftentimes they can be the thing you're pursuing instead of the actual outcome. So it's like, all right, well, it's going to take a year to get a parks master plan. Does that mean you have another year not to deliver the standards because we the only action, we're like, all right, we want to take better care of our parks. So let's go start an RFP process to hire some, you know what I mean? Like a firm to do public engagement, to start, it's like we're not taking responsibility there by doing it that way.
It's the journey.
That's not the proposal.
It's the journey.
That's not the proposal.
Well, I've
the
seen
journey.
that happen. At what point do we get to the accountability?
Yep.
And how do we get that? Because really that needs to start today, the accountability for the standard, and then everything else will come.
If I could, we have a number of other slides, and we're going to go through some things and recommendations that we have for the immediate terms, and I think some of this will kind of become a little bit more clear as we go. And if, Jesse, if you want to address any of that.
Completely
before,
agree.
we have
This
some
is
other
really
things.
great conversation. Most of it's most of it is stuff that would come out in this presentation anyway, so it's great to hear it. I don't want to repeat anything, but I do want to just echo what Brian has said, is that we see and share the vision of council staff does, that the standard of what the parks look like, not just grass and irrigation, but as our parks having an identity. And we have something here in this community that I've seen. I've been here 6 months now. I've seen it. It's tremendous, and we're very lucky, but we have a community that utilizes our parks in a tremendous way.
Yeah.
That every park I drive by is full of people. There's birthdays, there's people out playing football, there's people playing basketball. When I look at some of these parks from an identity standpoint, and like Brian was saying, that you look at some of the main foundational elements of these parks, we need to provide a high level of foundational things to our residents. So because they are out there and they are utilizing them, and so we have that standard. And I hear you. This isn't let's go out for an RFP and wait. We're acting now on many things, but some of it does take a little time to turn the show. This is an overview roll-up of the budget. These are preliminary numbers. Obviously, the full budget will come before council later this year. These are some of the larger budget items in the parks budget this year. Of course, the department director, hiring a recreational specialist to help with some of our events. Temporary seasonal wages for both aquatics and the rest of our parks budget. These are actually, it's not necessarily an ad. It was temporal seasonal wages that have gone up, and hiring more seasonal workers, and we're just adding that to the budget this year because it wasn't in the budget last year. Sports leagues costs and summer camp costs, to Councilmember Tobias's point earlier, these costs have gone up tremendously. The sports league cost, I think, is around $125,000 more than it was last year, and that is because we do not have the facilities internally to run many of our leagues, and that was why I was saying there's really great synergy with the first item that we were talking about. It's really seen in our programming and in our events when we have to go out and purchase hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of use space from private or other entities because we just don't have it. And all of those programs, I have Mariana here, I have Amy here. Those programs are busting at the seams. Every time I hear of one, there's a 100-person wait list. If I'm correct, Councilmember Tobias, we had more than double the wait list for summer camp than was actually in the summer camp because we just didn't have the staff to expand it. I mean, these programs are, again, we are very lucky to have this tremendous amount of citizen participation. We need to up the level of what we're providing, not only in the parks, but also in our ability to put these programs on. So that's what those increased costs are, to help expand those. Some programming.
Just something to add with the camp, like space needs issues, I'm just asking folks to imagine, like, let's say we have a couple indoor artificial turf, air-conditioned fields. Imagine the amount of programming with our parks programs that we could put into summer camps and utilization of that space. There's a lot more to what getting a big indoor sports facility type structure can mean to our parks department. It's not just for others, is what I'm saying. It'd be a great spot for some camp.
I think that's the point I was trying to make, to see, again, what we just voted on as far as a bond proposal, to see where we are at with our city and our summer camps and possibly introducing new sports to the area, like lacrosse, like others. It may not be hockey or ice rink. I think that's kind of what I was trying to hit out on my point, to see where we are at with our summer leagues and, instead of having to go to the different school districts and asking for a place, having something that we can call our own and build from there.
There's also a large element of the connectivity of looking at the Parks Master Plan from a high level, from a holistic level of everything we're doing, because we do have a lot of space in our parks for recreational play. For instance, we were talking about having a football field or something in a certain park, but right now, when you say, hey, we have a place to do this and there's a need for it, we don't know how that connects with the larger park system within Kyle, right? Is it the right place for it? Will we build an indoor sportsplex that already has that and it's free to the public? We just don't know the answers to those yet, and looking at it from that 30,000-foot view and then knowing exactly where to put something for the biggest need will be a game changer for our park system, our whole park system, including trails and open spaces and everything. We're excited about it. Okay, so this is moving on a little bit more toward the CIP side of things. When we started to look at all these things that we're discussing today, we started to look at our parks from an identity standpoint one by one, and we started noticing that we were really lacking on some parks on just having them at a base level, a base foundational level that not all of our parks, but some of them are lacking on several things. So we moved some of the CIP projects around while we're also doing a beautification master plan and standards on how we're mowing and taking care of our corridors and gateways and our parks and doing that master plan for connectivity all at the same time. So we're really viewing the park CIP right now as all that's going forward heavily in the next 1 to 3 years, utilizing that master plan for future growth, restructuring the department to be more effective, and utilizing the purchasing department, I always got to give them a shout out, for greater efficiency, because previously the parks was having to go, any project that was going on, the parks was having to basically be their own purchasing department with contracting and all the issues and competitive bidding and all the issues that come with a purchasing, complicated issues, legal issues that come with the purchasing department. And so now we have set up a purchasing department that has templates and is efficient, and so we can take all of that weight off of our parks department so that they can focus on projects. Some of the challenges that they're going forward in the next 1 to 3 years, we obviously are staffing a new director position, the master plan overview, our park identity connectivity, which we've already talked about, needs assessment for recreation. One big one is we are looking at all these projects in the future. We took a step back and looked at many stalled projects that we are now bringing to completion, which I'll show in a second. But that's taking a tremendous amount of resources right now. Just taking a projects that from anywhere from a year to 5 years ago that have stalled, and we're trying to restart those and bring them forward. And then bringing up the current park standards, and obviously it's been brought up before, the staff facility space, which we have a facility presentation coming to a council member soon. But to the mayor's point, we have $25 million to invest in our parks over the next 5 years. All of this is focused on investing that money in the way that provides the greatest impact and meets the greatest need for our citizens. So I won't go through each one of these. You all know these projects, but these were just a handful of stalled projects that we need to bring to completion in the coming years. Post Oak Community Garden, obviously everyone knows about that one. The skate park, the BMX bike park, a Waterleaf dog park. Some of these coming in new. I didn't even know that they had already been approved and moving forward. But this is bathrooms at many of our parks. Many of our parks need bathrooms and high-level bathrooms that match the park that they're in. So these are projects that we're working on now and working through to get these to completion. But again, that's with our current staff. It's a lot of time and effort to bring these to completion while we're moving forward with new projects. This is an overview look at how we're looking at the CIP. We looked at what is the foundation of a premier park. And before you can really start investing in high-level amenities and groundbreaking, award-winning things in a park, you need these basic foundational things like parking lots and landscaping and irrigation and restrooms and good amenity care and fencing and shade structures and seating. We looked at every one of our parks and we said, some of them, we blow it out of the water. We win awards on many of our parks. We should be very proud of some of them. Others, it's the exact opposite. We're missing, there's nowhere for anyone to sit. If there is a place to sit, it's like splintered wood that you wouldn't want to sit on. There's no shading, there's no parking lot. And we have the money and the backing and the support and the vision to get these things. Now we need to put it to practice and get all of our parks up to a high standard on a foundational level. So this is just a list that we put together of what is needed in many of these parks. And you can see there's a tremendous amount of need for every one of these parks in some way for these foundational things. And we are going to start doing this.
Go ahead, Parsley.
There is one thing that I was discussing with Brand that I would like to add to all the parks, and is some virtual, oh my God, I just lost the name. Yes. So there's some like a small kind of billboard that can be looking cute. I think we should be having one in each of the parks that have like rotating events and that give information about the city of Cal, maybe some interactive small billboards for people, like even locate where can I go into this park or what things each park has, and add information of that sort on each one of those.
Kiosk.
Even like kiosk. There is another word for it. It's like oh my God, I just lost that.
Wayfinder?
There are like interactive small
Touch screen.
boards that you can have in several places, and I think those will be very informative for the city of Cal to have in each of the
Those
parks.
could be very beneficial, not even at the parks, but in city facilities.
I
as well.
thought about putting one over here, especially whatever traffic gets, whatever we have heavy traffic that people can be driving and maybe reading some of the community events to have. I think those would be something that
Well,
I would like to see in each of the parks.
There's a history on that. We actually tore one of those out. There used to be a marquee sign right here across from the pie shop, big. It was about that big, and it was LED, and it ran the Mary Kyle Hartson fair on the square at 9 a.m.
Why?
All that stuff.
Why would it get taken out?
Because number one, the park was historic, and the LEDs and the lights, you could read a book off of that light standing at the train tracks. And it was.
I
and
wouldn't
so
have been happy
it was-
with that.
Well,
But I
not
just
the
think
only
there
one who
will
did.
be,
It was-
maybe not in the historic section,
Right,
although
so
I
there-
thought about that, but then I thought, okay, maybe we can make a historic look. I'm just thinking about the information standpoint, even for community events.
Certainly, I'm not saying we should not advertise or look to do that. I'm just, there are things you have to consider, and light pollution is one. It was the number one light polluter in the city. It was the one, it was so bad.
Now we have
You
another
were there,
one,
you've
but-
seen it,
Yeah.
right? I'm telling you could cook off of
We
it.
have
Nobody
another one.
complained about Kyle being dark back then.
Right, but that's not who we are. We're not cheap. We're
No,
not
no.
doing stupid, big LED flashing
No.
billboard. That's not what you're proposing.
No, I
But
actually
that's-
sent Brian a
Right.
couple of examples of what I would like to
Yes.
see. I think that would be so beneficial because we have people that visit the parks constantly and are missing on some of the community events for lack of information, especially for those people that say, hey, I don't use mobile devices and I don't have internet, but you're walking by the park and you can read all of this information. So I don't think that having just like a paper one, I would like to have something that has rotating information that can be controlled. That way we are updating
Can
it
be
constantly.
Right.
Yes.
That's an excellent idea, and you can do like a touch screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
For
Yes.
that actual park that says what the features are in this park, what the
Yes.
plantings are in this park.
See, that's pedestrian oriented, which
Yeah.
I would support. But
Yeah.
we want to make it a billboard so the cars can see going by.
No.
No, no, no. Let
That's,
me,
that's literally why we
Talking
took
about
it
personal.
down.
No.
We don't want to use our parks as billboard
Yeah.
space for vehicles.
no, 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 no,
They
no.
need to come in and
When
interact
you're
with
in
it.
the park.
Yes.
Can I also add, I would like, I know it got a little tense earlier, but we really are on the same team and we want what's best for the city. Could we also like maybe look at art and maybe small sculptures around our parks too? I think that the image I can't
Little
forget is that armadillo.
That armadillo is cool.
So I would like to see like armadillo, cowboy hat at some of the parks, things like that. Just to make it fun and creative as people are enjoying our.
I love that
magnificent
idea,
parks.
and typically, I know some of us went to look at some of the Sportsplex sites a few months ago, and most of those areas had some public art incorporated in them in some way, and I think as we look at our branding campaign with the roundabouts and the corridors of landscaping those and branding them and putting some art elements there, we can see how we can blend these two together, and perhaps there's a way to add some of those. And whatever that theme is for each park, whatever we decide those are, then that artwork potentially or areas could have some connectivity to that. That would be the goal.
Right, it didn't have to be limited to the roundabouts. They could also go into the park.
No, absolutely.
Right.
That's what I was suggesting is as we kind of get those themes and the branding for the city, then it's an extension of that work is all I was trying to
The Arts
mention.
Commission is actually excited about doing more within the city, and even to, some larger mural kind of things, like, well, they're excited about that.
So some of the parks that we visited had art, they had the sports component, but they also had the signs you were talking about, Daniela. They had the signs there. It gave you the field dimensions, where to go, but it also
Yeah.
gave you a lot of community engagement pieces like, what's coming soon and what events are happening in the area. But yeah,
That's a
definitely.
great idea.
They're called digital bulletin boards.
Yeah, they're not real big, but they're interactive. Somebody walks up to it, it's really easy to navigate. That's the other thing, keeping it simple, so a kid can come and navigate it. But then again, today's kids can operate an iPad really simply, but yeah.
Even to put
And
in the
isn't the kids
vibe
the
trail,
problem?
just to, even to show the maps of the vibe trails, or where
exactly.
are the trails that we have for the city of Kyle. I think more park and event oriented,
Yeah.
not for any type of business advertising, other just for,
Yeah, and-
I think
and-
it will be
and those
really good to
parks
have.
Had that component that you're asking for, so there's parks out there that already have that.
Well,
So
we
it's
have a
great component.
kiosk right there that's kind of nice.
Yes,
Yeah.
something
Something
like
like
that
that.
is what I would like
Yeah,
to
not
see.
real big,
An
but some-
educational
yeah,
opportunity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
interactive, so people can search, even city services, like how do I contact whatever department for the city of Kyle?
One of the things I would also keep, as we're doing this, and we find out what we're gonna do as far as, the parks, how we're designing, how we're planning, I would keep in mind that we have partnerships as well out there that would save us dollars. So TDS gives us an allocation of trees every year. We just had the new Subaru that just came out and did some plantings, our trees. I think there's partnerships we could pursue out there that would help keep the cost minimal to expand that 25 million into the parks. But just making sure we're aware of all our options out there, and we're utilizing those options, making sure, we've got some good partners in the area, and reaching out to new partners as well, making sure that, this isn't all on that taxpayer, not all the 25 million, because I'm thinking that 25 million, we can expand it even more, maybe even to some new parks, purchasing a new park, further on. But if we're doing our homework and we're getting everybody involved, we can definitely stretch those 25 million a lot further.
What do you think about charging stations in some of the parking lots at the parks?
Yeah.
So that we have them all dispersed
So
in a variety of parks?
one of the things that I had talked about here on the dais before is having.
Jesse, I'll just send you an email.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So some of the things that we talked about, charging stations, there's a charging station right now that works as a workstation. So you could go there, and it's got Wi-Fi, there's no underground utilities, it's all on battery and solar power. So you can charge your scooter, you can charge golf cart, you can charge your computer, but you've got Wi-Fi, you can work out there, there's a fan, a little bit of everything. So that's something that would be really awesome in our park systems as well, so people that work from home could go out and work outside. So
But
that's a good
that's not
component.
vehicle charging.
No, not vehicle charging. Everything else but vehicles.
Well, I did want to mention that as part of La Verde. As part of La Verde Park, that we will have vehicle charging. There's a few of those stalls. I can't remember. It's just a few. But that would be a standard amenity we'd want to include in those unless council directs us otherwise. But
we
those
received
for
bids
every,
yet?
sorry?
Have we received bids on the parking lot?
We did.
Okay.
Sent you an email.
No.
That's
I'm
coming.
like 250 emails behind.
They're expensive.
But yes, we did get, but they are expensive, but if you it's certainly going back and trying to retrofit that with that infrastructure is much more expensive. Our goal is to have something like that at everyone, maybe just a couple of those stalls at everyone that we would have. So that's kind of been the idea, as well as lighting, landscaping, and an overall design that matches the character of the park. And so every one of those would have something included with it. Just a standard.
I'm on pins and needles to hear what Councilmember Tobias was going to say.
No. I'll send you an email.
All right. Well, hang on. So do we got
Yeah,
another item here. So do we
exactly.
want to?
Okay.
So let's
Yeah, yeah.
find out what is the direction you're driving for with this.
Oh, there's no direction. This is an update. This is part of the, this is part of the budget update.
Budget update and
Mhm.
presentation. Okay, but you have a few more things to go over on this
Couple
item.
more.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. I also want to say, I'm skipping this slide till we come back. I also want to say when it comes to public art, Councilmember Zuniga, that is a tremendous part of making identities for parks and placemaking, and that will be built into every single one of our parks, sculptures, what Councilmember Harris was saying, with the murals. I mean, it's a huge part of placemaking when it comes to the identity of these parks, and that will definitely be a part of it. This is a breakdown. I'm not going to go through all this stuff. We'll go quickly, but this is a breakdown of just what we're looking at over the next year. If you'll look at some of those ones from 26 through 29, sports fields, courts, playgrounds, features, art, additions, upgrades, those are all things. The reason it says to be decided on there is not that, oh, we're going to wait to do that. What we were looking at from a park system standpoint was if we are saying, let's drop a premier basketball court in one of our parks, we're not ready for some of these parks to even support that from an infrastructure standpoint, from a parking lot, from a lighting, from a fencing, from a shading. We don't have what we need in the parks right now for some of these. On top of that, we don't know which parks would be the best impact for something like that. We may be dropping it in the exact wrong spot. So that's why we're looking at some of these very specific things. These fiscal years are just estimates, but some very specific things to get our parks up to a high foundational level. One of them, and I just want to call this out because it was part of the asks from council for us to come take a look at and come back, is the parking lot at Waterleaf, because of a lot of the parking that gets blocked, gets parked on the street because it's filled up. We went and looked at that parking lot. What we want to do is in this upcoming fiscal year, designate CIP funds to specifically address that parking lot. And when we say address it, we don't mean go and put asphalt on it and stripe it. We mean landscaping, charging stations, full scope of not only what it needs now, but what it will need as the city grows, and lighting, so that we really solve the problem of all those cars parking. The reason we have a problem of all those cars parking on the street is because that park is so heavily utilized, which is a fantastic problem to have. So let's build the foundational infrastructure in that park to handle it and give our citizens what they need to park there and not block the street and have everything they need. So we put that specifically on there for 25 in the CIP.
Question, if you go back to slide 11, are any of these increases in what currently was budgeted for 23, 24?
No, sir, this is a reallocation of the funds that were in there. So these are no increase on the CIP that was approved before.
So yes, it is an increase on the individual line items, but it's just a reallocation of money that's already in the budget.
Yes.
Correct.
Get around this.
This is how we're spending the 25 million that we have in the budget for it, except for the million in the parking lot, unless you're proposing to reallocate the funds for the La Verde parking lot from the 25 million.
No, the La Verde parking lot is
Well, it's TERS, it's cash funded from the TERS. So, but it's a public parking lot.
That's not a reallocation of funds. That's just showing that the parking lot's going to go.
I know, I'm trying to get at something here.
Mm.
So right now, we have a $25 million proposal for our existing parks to add parking lots, like Steeplechase is getting, Waterleaf's getting a parking lot for $1 million. La Verde's getting a parking lot for $1 million. The difference is the funding for the parking lot at Waterleaf is cash funded from the general fund. The funding for the parking lot at La Verde is cash funded from the TERS, which means that the people who live in that area have to pay for two parks, and the people who live on, or parking lots, and the people that live on the east side only have to pay for one. So all I'm saying is, it would probably satisfy some of the other projects that are specifically TERS 2 focused, that aren't public park, but that are like the roundabouts and some of those projects. It would be better on the TERS if we allocated the cash for those projects, and the park public infrastructure, we could use the funds out of the 25 million, is what I'm saying. And it's more equitable that way. Everybody's getting a parking lot paid for out of the general fund, and TERS 2 saves cash, which we're on the edge of being able to fund those roundabouts.
I
So it would
have
help.
to think on that one a little more, but I do understand what you're saying, but I also know that if you live in the tourist district, that amenity is in your district. So kind of just, there's the equity thing, so I just want to make sure that.
Right, but if
you
you
know,
live, if you happen to live in Waterleaf,
Yeah, but then
which
they have
you
to
do,
carry
that $1 million
The
is.
gap has to get filled though by everyone else when the money gets kept in the TERS, right? So I think I just need to have a little better knowledge on that.
Just
So,
means the general fund doesn't have to cover those other ones, and they can come out of the CIP instead of TERS.
yeah, but there is a value that is generated by investing in the amenities in your district that others will not have that value to their property. So
That's
they're-
exactly right.
Right, so I want to make sure that,
Like in Waterleaf, there's a value, $1 million parking lot is for the people who use the Waterleaf Park the most, which is mostly for Waterleaf residents.
But there is a
But they're
waste-
not having, we're not creating a district and saying, Waterleaf, you pay for the parking lot.
but Waterleaf does have the wastewater treatment plant, and that's why I'm real sensitive to that, because all the downside of growth affects them as well, which much more effective. They're much more affected to the growth.
I'm proposing that we fund all those improvements in
Yeah.
Right.
Waterleaf.
So
I'm
am I.
just
So
saying,
am I.
let's,
So I'm just
let's
saying-
make the park projects
I know.
public.
The fairness is
Laverde's
always
public
where-
too. Lake
you know,
Kensington's
you know, I
public.
always wake up about the fairness stuff, so
So
I'm woke.
Yeah,
I'm woke
So-
right now.
So right now, what we're saying is we're gonna build $1 million parking lot for the residents of Waterleaf. So there's, if the fairness of that to the rest of the community, it's like, why are we building them a parking lot? But we do have people that come out and use it as
The
well.
fairness is no other neighborhood has to experience the wastewater treatment plant directly
No, no, no,
there.
we're not, we're talking about a
Okay?
parking lot. in the
There are
park.
some days, Rizzo, when you cannot walk near that treatment plant. That's why I'm advocating for that too. So
Oh,
yes,
you're now advocating for the water treatment plant, not the park.
the park is right next to the treatment plant.
Yeah, we know that. We know that. But what we're saying is we're getting ready to invest
Would you-
$1 million in the parking lot, and it sounds like you don't want to invest in it.
No, I do.
It feels like you don't.
I
That's
wanna
what I'm
invest
worried
in
about.
both. I wanna invest in both.
Okay, I'm worried that you
But
don't want
I
to invest in the
want-
parking lot.
I don't want this misperception that we can invest here, others don't carry that, others don't have a cost that they're sharing, but they are sharing a cost, they're sharing a polluted treatment plant in their neighborhood. That is a cost that they have to carry for everyone else. So they're doing the heavy lifting as well.
Well, number one, the treatment plant isn't polluted.
Not polluted, but what I mean is there is pollution by the odors, okay?
Yes, and that is being worked on. I think, you can,
Yeah.
Right.
that's
So the
an
new
issue
facility
that
will-
will be changing.
We're changing a lot of that scope. So the new facility that we'll have online will take a lot of that in consideration. It's going to limit the amount of odor coming out of the wastewater plant. So as a city, we've already invested in that. It's just got to be, everything has to be approved, right? So we have to go to TCQ
Right, yeah.
and everybody else and get it approved. But once it's online, you'll see the big dramatic decrease. So as a city, we've already invested in that.
I have a comment on parking lots. I'm really concerned about two things. The radiant heating from asphalt and the runoff from asphalt into the watershed, because the Waterleaf is directly connected to Plum Creek. So I would like for us to be extremely careful about the materials we are using and not just use the cheapest asphalt we can find, to look at better alternatives. Large parking lots make the neighborhoods hot. So I'm just asking for
Yeah.
environmental
Certainly.
sensitivity.
It is a buffer zone, so we have to, like she said, it does directly run off, so maybe some impermeable.
Something
Asphalt-type materials.
semi-permeable.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
If we have parks in our system, La Verde, HMP, Greg Clark Park, Waterleaf, Steeplechase, Merritt, Kyle Hartson, Cool Springs,
They're all
Linebarger.
good.
If we're gonna, if those are all public parks, we have a $25 million cash. Let's do right by every park, including Waterleaf. That's what I'm suggesting.
That's all I was
To-
suggesting.
To do right when it comes to the way that we're laying out this project. I think that the parking lot for La Verde and the discussion about these funds that we're gonna use to enhance La Verde and HMP and every park, and as a part of this $25 million project, should all come out of that fund, is what I'm saying. east, west, doesn't matter.
Right.
We're going to invest in every single one of our parks.
Yeah, no, and I just wanted to, rebuttal some of the things that, you had said, because Heroes Memorial's filled with water that everyone has to pay for, right? But it's not it's not their amenity, but we all have to pay for it.
Right.
Right? So there are these things that, how we have to factor, but I want to do right by the 25 million. I want to do, what is the best for everyone. Sorry, I didn't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to keep us.
No one is in disagreement, but the fundamental flaw in what you're saying right now is all the districts aren't the same size. We can't be looking at every single park and saying there has to be the
I don't want
same.
anything lesser for any district. I'm at large, sir. You should be saying the same thing I was saying.
I literally just did.
I didn't.
I said I am in agreement, but there is a flaw in the execution of what you're trying to say. And that is something that remains consistent over the course of my agreement with your original point,
Well,
which is since we've met. We
glad to
are in
know- I'm
agreement,
glad to
but
know
how
that.
you communicate it is fundamentally flawed, and it's very hard for other people to want to agree with you with how you communicate it. So when
It's good
the
to know that you
districts
have-
are not the same size, it's very difficult to make that statement.
we shouldn't be arguing about districts. We should just be looking at the future, Bear. That's what we should be doing,
Okay.
all right?
But in all
Thank you
fairness,
for
Mr.
saying that.
Zuniga, you are at large, you represent the entire city. But what we're trying to say is every time you bring up a point, it is always just your neighborhood.
No, it's not, sir.
Waterleaf.
That's maybe what
Okay.
you would like to hear.
No,
but
I
that is
mean,
not-
but
that is
I've
not-
never heard
you're
you
hearing the wrong
advocate, I've
message.
never heard you advocate for Plum Creek. I never heard you advocate
Sir,
for all
have you
that
looked
in.
at where my votes are, sir?
Oh, well, it's not about that. It's, but what we hear.
I've seen you take votes
Okay. Okay.
against it.
But going forward, I think we see where we're at with our parks and with our parking lots.
I think
And
you've got a
that's
double
great
standard.
element.
Let's continue.
All right, we have one final slide on this item to ask some feedback.
This is one that we actually would like some feedback and direction on. We were looking at two specific areas in our parks that we were considering the possibility of turf for. And definitely wanted council's opinion on this and direction on this. So the first area is the large lawn that's directly in front of the stage at La Verde. You can see it there. Not all of La Verde, just that large lawn space. And the thought behind this was, one, we're going into that space to redo some irrigation, and if we were going to go with a grass option, we would be planting some grass and doing some maintenance and upkeep of that area for very specific reasons. As we were looking at it, we noticed that area is, again, heavily utilized. There is not a day that goes by that people aren't out there throwing the football, their kids are playing on it, doing cartwheels, laying on the grass with blankets. And so
That's why the turf doesn't work, though, because they won't do that. That turf
Yeah,
will
it's
turn
too hot.
It'll turn into a hot pad. The grass is the cooling feature.
Very true.
And I think
True.
that sometimes we go after the turf solution because we don't want to deal with the level of maintenance that's required. But the turf really belongs in the less trafficked areas, not on the area where you want people throwing out blankets.
Well, this is why we brought it to council, because we wanted to get council's view on it. Another thought from staff from the turf side was, as we do events at that park, that is the main focus of everything that's going on in that event. So
Which is why the maintenance level needs to go up way higher. But saying you're gonna put turf is like, well, I don't wanna do this maintenance thing, or I'm not capable of delivering, high-level grass infrastructure that can withstand a lot of people. To me, that's the pursuit. It should be, we are going to cultivate these particular spaces to be highly trafficked and really good turf, but not artificial.
I would be in favor of artificial in there. I think
It would
that,
just be so hot.
Yeah, I'm not.
Have you ever tried to lay on something that's been baking in the sun all day in 105 degrees? You can't walk barefooted on it.
Well, I would I hear that I've done these a few times in my career, and they're always controversial, of turf versus grass.
Just have to make the decision.
But we wanted some direction. I think as Jesse mentioned, we're gonna go back in, we're gonna do some irrigation work, we're gonna level it, we're gonna do, if there any kinds of improvements that are necessary to get that turf up to the right requirements, that's our commitment to do that. But before we make those investments, we want to just ask this question: is that what you want us to do, or are you looking to or would you like to do turf? And it's, sometimes there's different points of view on that. I think it sounded like most of you wanted to keep it as turf. If that's what you want to do, then that's the direction we'll go. We just want to
As
make sure we
lawn.
ask you that
As
before.
lawn,
No.
yeah.
As the
As
lawn.
natural.
I say lawn, yeah, natural. I'd use the wrong
Natural.
I made
term.
that mistake too.
But you want to keep it natural, then we're all about that, and we'll make those investments and do it. But before we did it, we wanted to ask you the question. So if that's the majority of you, then we'll move on.
At Heroes, I would suggest that does not have to all be grass, that can go into native plantings like the rest of Heroes is, with some area in there that is available for the gatherings, the memorial gatherings that are done there. But that's totally unutilized, or almost totally unutilized. And we just don't need that big expanse of grass.
I would like both to remain grass, in Heroes and La Verde. That's the
Yeah.
question, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because Councilmember Tobias, we were 2 years in a row now at events at Heroes Memorial.
Yeah.
Watching people have to leave early because it's so
So
hot
hot.
already. And, I
Yeah.
know that there's some other things we're gonna look at doing to try to make it more tolerable. But to make a change now,
Turf.
uh,
Yeah.
like maybe down, I guess it would be a different thought if we weren't facing the challenges I think we're already facing with attendance at that park specifically.
Yeah.
Staff is agnostic. We hit this point where we were going to put an investment in it, like Brian was saying, and so we just wanted to ask the question, so.
Well, the ironic thing about maintaining grass is that the better the more work you do on the front end, the less water it actually takes.
Right.
So the grass that's on these lawns is being treated like a lawn, like a residential lawn. Mowing and watering essentially is the only thing, but you need to aerate, fertilize, you need to get the roots low, you need to roll to get it smooth and keep the grass somewhat short, but not too short. It's just not being properly maintained, which means that it has to use way more water.
Robert was part of the planning on the grass. What kind of grass is up there? Is it Bermuda or rye?
Bermuda, I think.
Not saying
It's been a long time.
Yeah, Zoysia would be better, Buffalo would be better.
Well, there's some issues with some of this grass right now they're just irrigation issues that we need to
Yeah.
fix, so it's
It's
not all.
Sprinkler issue there.
It's unlevel.
But we have the direction.
Y'all
We can-
never irrigated,
Yeah.
or aerated, I should say, and, yeah.
Okay, that's clear direction.
Some seeds.
All right, that is all, unless there's any more conversation on this item.
Compost in there.
So we go home.
All right, one more?
One more?
All right, next up, agenda item 4, receive a report, hold a discussion, provide staff direction on City of Kyle 2024 holiday lights and displays. See what this is. Good luck,
Yeah.
Jesse.
Christmas,
Christmas in July?
Christmas in July, and I'll tell you why at the end of this. This is a quick presentation, but we do want to get some feedback because we do need to start planning Christmas in July, actually earlier, to be honest with you. And so this is important direction for when we go out to get bids for some of these lights and companies and things, setups that we're going to do. They have already, from what I've been told, have started booking up, so we need to get on it as quickly as possible. So just as you all know, we have these destination events here in the city of Kyle, and 25 Days of Christmas is certainly one of them. We have 15,000 plus. I would posit that it's actually quite a bit more than that. Visitors that come annually, and that is growing. I had heard about before I even came to Kyle, I had heard about the lights at Mary Kyle Hartson Park. I mean, it really is a draw. It's a draw. Apparently, people are making marriage proposals in our parks I did not know that. But apparently that's happening. It's becoming, or if not already, one of our destination events that is here in downtown, Mary Kyle Hartson Park. And it runs from December 1st all the way to January 2nd. You all know this. We currently spend approximately $300,000 on displays each year. That's our current budget right now, roughly. And we would like council's feedback on growing that event and what direction, and we've gotten a lot of input on lights and expanding it and how to grow this event, and so we just want some clear direction. I'm gonna run through these very quickly, but what you're looking at is each park and what we currently do with that park, which you all are very aware of, and then some options that we've heard from each park. So I'll skip what we currently do unless anyone wants me to go through it, but we've heard a lot about wrapping the trees in Maricao Hartson all the way up to canopies. It's oddly expensive to do when we looked into it. I think it's just, I guess, the equipment to do it, but I mean, it's definitely possible. Large and more decorative ground displays, contract installation costs, and also the possibility of lighting up Center Street, maybe putting a archway over Center Street that people drive into. These are all things that we've heard as possible options of growing it. I lost my clicker ability. Oh, it's just behind. La Verde, we currently don't put anything into that park during Christmas time, but things that we could do is light the amphitheater stage, decorative ground displays, wreaths, tree wrappings. I will say when it comes to contract installation, as we grow, and we honestly, if I'm just being honest, we're currently already there. We need to go out and get contracts for people to come put lights up. There's professionals, they're on a schedule, they come in, they wrap the lights. We can have our staff manage those contracts to make sure that they're doing it in the best possible way. But I believe this event and the city itself has grown too large to have our entire park staff taken off of everything that they're doing for a month to wrap tree lights.
Yep.
And from what I've heard,
Decorations.
from what I've heard can be, and set up decorations. And from what I've heard, it could be a safety issue as well with some of the ways that we're putting these lights up. So anyway, there is an element that we do need, even if we stayed doing exactly what we're doing, to put some funds, which we have allocated, to have contracts to have companies come in and wrap these trees. But La Verde Park, these are some of the options we could do. Some option, we currently don't do anything at Heroes. Again, same type of options, wreaths, lights, tree wrappings. Steeplechase, we currently don't do anything. We could light the pavilion, ground displays. There is an extra element with Steeplechase, and I think a couple other parks where we don't have great power at these parks. So if we did want to drop a lot of lighting in there, there would be an extra element of getting better power. As part of our infrastructure to our parks, which we just talked about the previous item, we probably do need to set up all of this power and for these type of things. But some of the parks do not have great power. Same with Greg Clark. We currently don't do anything in Greg Clark Park, but there's a lot of elements of Greg Clark that we could use. Wreaths, trees, Ash Pavilion could be lit up. Someone even, I don't even know if I should bring this up, someone even mentioned a drive-through, sights and sounds all the way down the parking lot of Greg Clark, which sounds really cool.
What we had talked about as a council previously was doing a drive-through through downtown up to Greg Clark Park, lighting it all the way down. But the other thing that was discussed was lighting up our amazing water tower. We have a great future here, and we've got this feature that's been here forever. It's a beacon of the city, of who we are, and of its past, its legacy. I think it's something that we have not utilized as a city. This is the beacon of our city. People know, I remember as a kid growing up, and by the time I saw the water tower, I knew I was getting home, whether we were coming from out of town or coming in from Austin or San Marcos. Once I saw the water tower, I knew I was home. So for me, it's always been very important, and I think council kind of felt the same sentiment in the past, was that being our beacon, and we've done nothing to enhance it. I'd love to see it lit up at night. So when we're doing our Christmas lights, it's the beacon bringing us to downtown Kyle.
Councilmember Rizzo, we've definitely heard that from multiple sources, and we've looked at, it was on one of my later slides, but we've looked at not only the possibility of lighting it during 25 days of Christmas, but maybe having alternative lights on it year-round that aren't Christmas lights, but ways to light it up year-round, because it is, we have heard that from quite a few.
I agree with you, Councilmember Rizzo. I think, we could even look into a Christmas Santa Claus hat up there on that water tower. I'm being creative, man.
We actually got
I'm being very serious. Y'all always laugh at the best ideas are just.
I love it. I mean,
I'm an idea generator, man.
I like it, but one thing's we actually had dollars in the past to do that same thing, light it up for the year, but dollars were recommitted against my best interest, but it's all right. We're moving forward. We're at a different time now, but look, honestly, that water tower, it means a lot to the residents of Kyle, especially the historic families here. I think doing it justice to where we make it a true beacon of our city, that way we preserve it for future generations as well, I guess is really important to me. But I think a lot of people in the city, as we grow, I mean, some of our history is getting lost, and I'd just love to find a way to preserve that water tower and honor it as well, and make it a shining light of our city, is what my goal is.
Second.
If it's direction of council, we could take the water tower as a separate item and bring it back with just options of lighting it year-round and bring that, just that to council to look at different options and.
Cool. Could you wait until I show what I have to show?
Absolutely.
So you can.
I'll finish up these slides. Lake Kyle, we actually do put about 100,000 into Lake Kyle. We had a synthetic turf skating rink last year, large ground displays, lights when you walk in and around the lake. But there other things we could do that we've heard is a real ice skating rink, large and more decorative ground displays, lake lighting, so lighting within the water, and lighting up the office as well. Again, water leaf, same thing, nothing right now, but ways we could grow it. And then City Hall and city corridors, this is when I was gonna mention the water tower, but I'm glad it already got brought up. We put wreaths and Christmas tree in City Hall, but you know, there's other things like lighting corridors, lighting down 150, lighting down Kohlers, if we wanted to look at that, gateway decorations, those type of things. So these are just examples, and this is really where the conversation starts, and this is pretty much the end of the presentation. But example one is what we do currently. This would not be a staff recommendation because we do need some extra funds for contracting out lighting. Example two is if you took a strategic look at, you took a bucket of money and took a strategic look at growing the 25 Days of Christmas. Because what we have heard is that the direction of the growth needs to expand it throughout the whole city. And so if you strategically took the money and put it in parks around the city.
That's the question, right? So I don't agree with that, but that is the question I think we need to decide.
Right.
Is what is the goal of spending the money on the Christmas lights? Because initially, what you called it was an event, right? It's 25 days. It's where's the lighting in Kyle? What are we famous for? It's our square. Everything about the way we designed the park was designed around making the Christmas lights better. Even the main promenade is for the tree. So it's something that's setting us apart. And so my concern is if you just say, oh, well, look at the 15,000 people coming. Let's do this at every single park. Then it's no longer an event. It's just the city of Kyle spends a lot of its tax dollars on Christmas lights. And is that really the goal, is to make it, all right, well, let's make a $100,000 neighborhood Christmas light display in every single park. Does that actually help us? Does that potentially hurt? But that's the question, because what Jesse just said is the direction that he's receiving, which is what I would say is not the direction that we should go. We should look at incremental increase in the event, increases in the quality of the event that we've been building over the last 5 years. Because 5 years ago, Christmas lights meant they took 2 string lights together and started it about this high off the tree and stopped it at about head high. Mm-hmm. And they did that on a couple of the squares as well as some old displays. So we've been trying to promote. The reason we're thinking of it the way we're thinking of it is because we tried to build the downtown program up as an event. And I think that we have not fully achieved what's possible just in the event that we currently have. So I want us to achieve the vision that we have first before we start just dumping hundreds of thousands of dollars into every single park. And one of those visions is to get the lights to the top of the trees, as well as potentially expanding it to some of the businesses that are around and along Center Street as a corridor. You know you're coming in, you know, the lights are on the side, so you don't see them until you're right there. But if they were also on Center Street, it would draw you in from I-35 to our one big Christmas event. That's what I would pursue, but that's not what I am assuming that everyone else thinks. Yeah. We should talk about that.
That's the conversation, Mayor. It's very well said. This was my map of Christmas spreading throughout Kyle,
right,
depending on the different examples.
Goodness gracious.
I should have had the Grinch in here. I can't believe I forgot the Grinch.
Yeah, man.
But
I do like what we added to Lake Kyle, though. So that's the other side
Yeah,
of it.
that
I
was
thought
nice.
that was really great, and that's a new Christmas event that we can't do on the square. There's no trail, but that Lake Kyle's perfect for that. So I don't want to actually remove that. So I know I'm speaking out of both sides, but that's where I'm at. And I don't know that we should double, triple, quadruple, quintuple our already very large Christmas budget.
I'm with you on that,
that's-
Mr. Mayor. I think we had disagreements. This is one where we agree 100, well, very close to everything you said. I think the unique character of our Kyle, the roots of our cities, Mary Kay Hartson, we can continue
And that's
making
the
that
event, that's the
spectacular,
Christmas light.
Yeah.
the big draw. And as we continue to grow and grow, if we outgrow it, we might have to look, something else, but keep it
So if you go to the
consistent.
options, go back to the options slide.
Examples, Mayor, not options, just examples. I wanted to
Yeah.
make that clear.
I would go with option one, but increase MK Hartson from 200 to 300.
Yes.
So that the total is 411. That's what I would go for.
But keep Lake Kyle, right?
Keep Lake Kyle as it is, add another 100,000 to the downtown budget with the goal of expanding vertically to the tops of the trees and trying to get more of the display around the square and especially along Center Street to pull people in. I think that makes the event better, which I think should be the goal.
And then
I think one of the issues we need to be careful of too, which we've tried to put all of these decorations in the park, right in Mary Kyle Hartson, and we're crowding in decorations, and they have much less impact when they're that crowded in, because you've just got light. So you don't see each unique decoration. So I think spreading some of that around
Yep.
would be good. I agree with your concept totally.
Well, I don't think we need more displays.
I don't think so.
I think we have a good amount.
Yeah.
But,
Well, and
but
that.
higher in the canopy
We-
and along Center Street.
Yeah, we may have more displays than what we need. We rented that castle, so we
The
can
castle
decide.
is amazing.
Well,
There
it was pretty,
thousands of people.
but the staff put it up.
Yeah.
And half of it didn't work.
Right.
And they had, to get it fixed, they had to go to the top of it, which really wasn't possible while it's already built. And it was
A lot.
a lot, and it was very expensive. I mean, it was pretty. But anyway, I'm just saying, crowding in too many things, you lose the impact.
Well, I would just say if we're kind of coalescing around an example one with the 400,000 for Mary Kyle Hartson Park, the other thing we could bring back is some options for the tower. And one of the things I've seen is some options that are not your traditional types of Christmas lights, but are these LED effects that you can do at different ports on it. So we could give you options about that, and it could potentially be beyond just Christmas. It could be year-round
Well,
type
would
of
be
lighting.
If that's
that
the
we
case,
could
then
do.
let's have that be a completely
Right,
separate.
that's what I was
So that
suggesting. We could bring
The
it back.
expansion of the Christmas is about the actual Christmas lights on the square. And I think it's a worthwhile goal to get to the top of the canopies, because the way that it currently is something that, most lights can get that high. But getting all the way up into that canopy it's what, the PC does, and it's what sets them apart. I think it changes the way it's looked, because the canopy sort of, you can't, from the outside, you gotta get underneath it to see, but getting it all the way through is very magical.
And it would have to be done professionally.
It
I don't
does.
think our
It
staff
has to be
needs
done
doing
professionally,
that.
but we have to budget for it.
Daniela, did you have something you wanted to add?
Well, I think that we should be more organized with the way that the lights are. I would like to see some sort of theme in between parks. Like if we're gonna have the lights at the Mary Kyle Hartson, I would like to see a different theme if we go to Lake Kyle Park. If we're gonna have this year a real ice skating rink, then maybe we have a set of specific decorations that go in there. Like if it's going to be snowmans or penguins or Charlie Brown, something along those lines. I think it will be more organized to have. I don't know exactly. I know that you told me what we own, but I don't know how much is that we were planning to add up to, or if we, the decorations that we have currently for Lake Kyle, are those ours or were those rented? Now I don't remember.
I think it was both. I think it was a handful of them were rented, but I do hear your point. If we're going to start doing something that's thematic, even if it's in specific areas, then our strategically we should start purchasing some of these things so that the theme continues, because from year to year, you don't always have the ability to rent or lease the exact same things.
I also think that the La Verde Park should be some sort of, I would like to see a Grinch theme type of the La Verde decorations. Just because it's called La Verde, I would like to see if we can add, and I don't know if that will be into the lights budget, but maybe we can do a Grinch type of festival and allow the residents to come for one day to be in a part of the 25 days of Christmas. An event at La Verde Park, I think that would be fun. So that's why I'm talking about it, because I think it would be nice to have a theme for La Verde Park. The other thing I would like to see is if we were to do the Heroes Memorial Park, and I have a link and I had a presentation that has different decorations that could go at the Heroes Memorial Park that will also, if we were to purchase those, could be utilized for 4th of July or Memorial Day. So I think those would be nice things to have for the city of Kyle. And, we could be budgeting for a tree at the Public Safety Center. I don't know if we're planning on lighting up the outside of the safety center. I think the tree for City Hall needs to be updated, and so need to be the decorations. And what I would like to see is if you are coming downtown, that there will be some sort of entrance, have some art that says like, welcome to Kyle, or something along those lines, so when people are driving to the Mary Kyle Harrison, you're about to go into the park that has the most lights. Those would be my recommendations.
We could increase the 311 to 500, which would give a little wiggle room around expanding Lake Kyle, but the entrance that you talked about, that needs to be incorporated. I mean, that would be wonderful. Entrance into, because it's all part of a themed event. So I'm okay with it. I don't know that we should try to accomplish everything you mentioned there in 1 year, but those are all, lighting up our facilities sounds great to me. Public Safety Center, doesn't have to be like mind-blowing, but we could at least, show festive spirit with some of our facilities and our parks. It'd be fine, but in terms of like where the lion's share, like where we're trying to get people to go to.
Well,
I
we
think
have
should keep
several
that.
parks. That's what I was thinking. I'm not talking about every single park, but I was thinking Mary Kyle Harrison, we already have decorations for Lake Kyle, so maybe just having a theme for it. If we do decide to go with the ice skating rink, I think the La Verde and Heroes Memorial, which are parks that are trafficked, should have some sort of lights.
I would like just a comment about Heroes Memorial, though. It's got a whole different purpose rather than public recreation. It's a memorial park, and I would not like to see the nature of that park change to be a festive.
And there are very delicate trees that could go in there, like there is a red, white, and blue tree that, I can send pictures of what I found, and I think it would look beautiful. That is just my opinion.
Now we gotta make a decision. That's on what to do.
I just want to say a couple things real fast. I can get on board with the blended example one, with the increase at Mary Kyle Hartson and some increase in budget for lights on city facilities. I think it's just, we've had a lot of conversation lately about, I think that, the fact that the city lacks an identity is pretty impactful when we're talking about possibly investing $2.1755 per year, as an example, in our Christmas budget, when, if we're trying to be the Christmas capital of Texas, like, I could get on board with that, because we're driving to something, or towards something, but that's not the plan right now. So that's kind of the why. The one thing that hasn't been mentioned yet, and I don't know how everyone's gonna feel or what's possible, but the person that plays the character of the Grinch, I think, is, let's not name names.
It's a secret.
That person has been asked to do more and more and more year on year, is
I
our.
think he likes it too.
Yeah.
He does, but it's also not necessarily the job that he signed up for. I would just like us to try to find a way to make sure that he is compensated more as the value of the role that he plays in the Grinch increases to us. Like if we're, it's one of the main reasons I think that people around here have really taken to our investment in Christmas is that character and how we've implemented, and Rachel and Parks guys have done a great job of implementing into programming.
So did we officially get a Grinch Fest proposal yet? Is that coming? I've heard people talk about Grinch Fest. I've heard council, I've heard staff, I've heard the public. So I think something like that, or expanding on the sort of lightning in a bottle that we got last year with the Grinch, is 100% something we should be doing. But this is just the Christmas lights, so we have to kind of set some budget parameters. And I don't want to say that by not funding something Grinch themed in our Christmas lights budget, that we're not pursuing the Grinch. I want to make that distinction, because I think.
I don't want to
How
have to
can
be.
we have
I
a
think-
Grinch
That's all.
theme if he was incarcerated in jail?
He might jailbreak, you never know. I don't know the
Yeah,
answer.
How many times do we have to go
He gets out a
around
lot,
this?
I hear.
That he gets
He's
in,
out
he
on
gets out,
probation.
he gets in, he gets out.
He's on probation.
So what do y'all think? What do you think about basically saying, let's get it up to 500 in total, but the categories stay the same, except we add one category, and it would just be, it's really Mary Kyle Hart's an extension, but it would be with the notion that what we're trying to do is make sure we do the Lake Kyle Trail and do it well, maybe even increase it slightly, add some new elements to it if possible. We're gonna increase to the canopy on the square, and then we're also gonna add entrance material. And with that budget, that would be the general scope. And then we need to get ready, because I think the Grinch is absolutely gonna be raising Cain.
Well, I think the other thing is a real skating rink. I know there's additional costs for that. I don't remember exactly what those were, Jesse, but we need.
Is it right for us to go to a real skating rink when we just sort of collectively said that we don't want to do ice rinks because that's not us?
Well, that's the
Either we
question. I know
we
I
should
had.
either have a real one or not have any.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Agreed.
The cost
one we had
for-
last
Plastic
year
ones.
The only
was-
time we need it is around Christmas.
The real one's $80,000 to $100,000, somewhere in that range.
Depends on the size.
Depending
yes.
on how
I
big.
would put 'em
but
in lights
It's very
myself.
expensive. The weather's unpredictable at that time of year, so you just never know. It could be really hot, so.
And they have to be manned.
They gotta be manned. It's a
operated,
lot.
insurance.
Yes, sir. And so I wanted to get some clarity for that, because I know some of you liked the artificial rink, some of you didn't. And
let's
if we
take
decide
one
that
back.
we don't want to do that again, then that 106,000 goes a little bit further. You could do other things, right? So I just want to make sure that's clear.
Like, honestly, I visited a good rink up in Fredericksburg. They have the rink, but the lighting is what suffered. Wasn't really impressed with the lighting. It was okay, but just okay. The rink is really what had the big draw of everybody there. But for me, I think it's more about the lights. We're known now about our lights. I went to Johnson City last year, I went to Fredericksburg, and I felt like I had wasted gas, because I should have gone there before I came to see our lights, because our setup last year was amazing. Staff did a great job of bringing out a really good element. The castle was a big hit. But I think the lights last year were just phenomenal. And it actually took away from my visit to Fredericksburg and to Johnson City, because the staff had done such a great job with the lighting.
I do like having that mentality of we're gonna be the best at something, so being the best at having a great downtown display sounds good to me.
And
That's
I
been
would
the
like,
goal.
I would like to add to Lake Kyle Park's
Okay.
budget, I'd like to shift over some to that. And specifically for the walkway down to the lake and lighting in and around the lake. If you have ever seen Christmas lighting reflected like in San Antonio, or in San Angelo, they have the whole river drive in lakes, and it reflects in the river, and they do sometimes parades on the river. It's really magical, and we have a great facility to do that, and we could bring, food trucks and stuff in to really make that also a venue.
All right, so here would be my proposal.
I do have something before that.
Okay.
So last year we had the menorah. Are we gonna have any sort of religious displays?
No, my plan would be not to do that.
Any? Okay, thank you.
All right, I would say to get to 500 total, we could do 300 for Mary Kyle Hartson, 150 for Lake Kyle Park, and then 50 for City Hall, city/city corridors. Everybody gets a bump, and I think it also defines what we're trying to accomplish from
So we're
there.
not gonna do anything at La Verde, which is one of the most visited parks?
But it's
Not
invisible
compared,
from
not
the
compared to Mary
street.
Kyle Hartson for this. I don't. I think eventually when that district comes together, the
Well, if we
district
do it-
itself will want to do some light
If we do a
displays.
Grinch Fest,
We could.
La Verde would be the perfect place.
And maybe light up the pavilion. I think it should
Green
have
and red
something.
lights.
The problem with La Verde is we got no parking yet.
Yeah.
And that's what our
It's true.
biggest challenge
But
is.
people still visit it.
Yeah,
So I think that we should be looking into maybe adding some sort of display. I'm not asking for like $200,000, but I think we should do something. Maybe consider doing a La Verde, a Grinch Fest at La Verde, having vendors or something like that as a part of one of the 25 days of Christmas.
Just as long as we're not taking away from Mary Kyle Hartson, because that's been.
It won't
it's
take
been our
any,
staple.
Let's
it
put
will
it in
just
the-
give options.
So let's cultivate, we're gonna have to initiate
about it.
and give council leadership. Let's cultivate Grinch Fest with its own budget and have some of that be a part of that proposed budget if we want to.
That sounds like fun.
And the next
Yeah,
thing
it
will
does
be,
sound like fun.
do you need direction to bring back the gingerbread that was a part of the creation for the Mary Kyle Hartson? Because I didn't know until not long ago that we didn't own that display, and it looked really good. That was my opinion.
The only direction would be if council has specific ideas on like the themes that they want, but as far as direction from, we can try and go get the gingerbread display for the Krug Center, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, and I think we could bring you something back for the water tower lighting options separately from this discussion, because it's not
Yes.
just a holiday theme, and bring you a proposal for the Grinch Fest. We could just throw a number out, but I'd rather spend a little time thinking about what that might be and give you an actual proposal of how we could do it.
Okay.
Does that sound good? All right, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to prepare for 2024 Christmas using the lights budget of $300,000 for Mary Kyle Hartson, $150,000 for Lake Kyle Park, and $50,000 for City Hall and city corridors, for a total of $500,000.
So nothing for or you're gonna budget for La Verde separately?
Separate.
Verde separately, the light,
Second.
the tower separately also, so we can take
Second.
those up. All right, motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Parsley. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0.
So moving forward, something I've reiterated with staff is that these events take a long time to plan. Let's make sure that any event that we do in the city of Kyle, we're planning a year in advance. When we do it last minute, we're competing with other events, we're competing with, anything we're bringing in, whether it's musicians or anything else. People are booked usually about 8 months in advance. Anything we do as a city, when it comes to venues or events, we should be booking out, planning a year in advance, so that way you've got the year to complete it and you're ready to go. But, yeah, we got to stop this 4 months ahead, 6 months. Puts a lot of undue pressure on staff, and I think if we have more planning involved, we can get a better event out of it as well.
Anybody else? Final thoughts? Does anybody that's been up here with staff all day have anything you want to add before we leave? Y'all talk too much. All right, motion to adjourn. All right, we're adjourned.